Welcome to Tools in the Hall Live. It's Friday night, 9:15 Central Time. I decided for no good reason to do a Tools in the Hall Live because I haven't been feeling too well this past week, so I was off the road. And when that happens, I'm not making any deliveries, so I have a ton of stuff surrounding me right now, and I figured it'd be a great time to go over some things if you're not joining us. Oh, Pat Paulson showed up. Nice to see you, Pat. Thank you. Glad you're here. Um, I was just thinking about what to do with my Friday night, and I decided I'll do a live tool haul because I got so much stuff that I got laying all around me. So I figured we dig in. Let's hear what you got to say about what I got on hand here. I love it when you guys weigh in with your opinions and your experiences with the same tools. If it's not broken, fix it. Good to see you. Travis Ritchie. Thanks for showing up, bud. Appreciate that. Thanks for the compliments. Chaka Gillis with $2 already. Holy cow. This is starting out with a bang, and I didn't even know if we get anybody to participate because it was kind of an impromptu thing on my part, and I didn't put out any word ahead of time. So I figured we'll just go with it and see what we got. So let's start off with some of the smaller stuff first, but not unimportant. I got a whole new shipment of knives from CRKT, and I got a few different models here. They've got one of the more popular ones I've ever seen from them is their Fossil model. And if you guys have never seen this, you got to look at this knife. If you like a larger form factor to a knife, this guy is it. Joe Mama, thanks for showing up, buddy. Appreciate it. This is the knife that turned me on to the entire CRKT product line. And the reason is it's a flip open here. So it has a little flipper, and it has as a mechanism here, a ball bearing pivot. And when you open this, it opens so smooth, and it's such a beautiful knife with a wonderful weight to it. I fell in love with this knife the first time I saw one at a tool show and decided I've got to get in on their lineup. So I've been putting this on the truck ever since, and it sells out pretty quick every time I get it. It's a liner lock here, so you just move the liner away to close it up, and then you flip it to open it, and it's incredibly smooth, wonderful, wonderful knife. They have another version of this knife that has serrations here from a guy who licensed the serrations called, I think his first name is Tom, and his last name is Veff. V is in Victor, EFF. He lives up in Oregon, and he invented a much more coarse serration that I like better than your conventional serrations. And he licenses serrations to CRKT, and he also does knife making and knife sharpening, so you can send him your knives if you want. He'll convert your current serrations to his own serration. So it's a pretty cool lineup. Oh, Pat Paulson, thank you so much for the $5, man. I appreciate that. The CEO Flipper is a fantastic knife. The problem is I can never find them because they're always on back order. They make 2 or 3 different ones of these beautifully thin, slender, elegant knives. And I get as many as I can whenever I can find them. Every time I put a knife order in, I look for those. Unfortunately, none were available this time. Who else just showed up? Hands On Mechanical. Hey, how are you, bud? Good to see you. Chris Cason, thank you so much. Chris asks if I know who makes Matco's welding helmets. I don't. I'm not that familiar with what they have on their trucks. There are so many welding helmet companies, though. I know Safe Face, for example, makes snap-ons. I sell about, I don't know, 4 or 5 at least different brands, including Titan and Safe Face, Miller, ESAB, Jackson. There's a bunch of different brands out there. I don't know who makes theirs. I'd be curious to find out. All right, what else we got? I think that some of these are going. I don't know if my current distributor is going to continue to sell these because they had a bunch of these on clearance, which concerns me. Because if I can't get them from this distributor, I don't know where I can get them. And these are Oakley sunglasses. They've got all the Oakley lineup that I get through my firearms distributor because Oakley only sells to Matco as a tool company. They won't sell to any other tool company. So they have an exclusive with Matco. That's why Matco has them on the truck. But because I am an FFL dealer, one of my largest firearms distributors is also an Oakley dealer, or a distributor rather. So I buy them from them. And it bummed me out that I saw a bunch of their stuff was on clearance or on clearance. I'm kind of worried about that. But I got a few pairs of the flak jackets. I got all that I could. And excuse me as I'm going through this stuff. I'm also trying to keep up with what's going on in the chat. And I'll just keep kind of glancing back and forth. Good. Some folks are addressing Chris's question. DK Roth asks, I didn't know I needed this Milwaukee tool. You may be interested in their installation tool. Depending on what your application is, it's a 12-volt power tool that comes with interchangeable heads on it, has a chuck, a quarter drive collet, has this cool little offset angle attachment to it, and you can use it for lots of different things. I think it mainly has its purpose in probably plumbing and some carpentry applications. I don't know that it has much of a call in a professional shop, but certainly around the home, you can use it for a ton of different things because you can get around pipes and angles and wiring and stuff like that with it. That might be something you might be interested in. I've not sold too many of them myself to my professional mechanic customers because I really don't think it's quite geared toward the automotive industry so much, but still is a very cool tool to have. Okay, what's next? Sunglasses and knives. And I do have access to other knife brands, but CRKT has been so solid in their lineup. They're the ones I tend to stick with. And I signed on board not too long ago with another firearm distributor who sells Benchmade and Cobra Tech and some other brands. So I think we're going to start to diversify my knife lineup a little bit because there's a load of good knives out there, and people like the Cobra Tech ones because they're switchblades, which are now completely legal here in Texas. And Benchmade has such a fantastic reputation, but they're kind of pricey. So I don't know how many of their products I'd be getting into, but still maybe a few just so that I can get them might be worth doing. All right, what's next? Just doing a restock on this very basic automotive test lead kit. This is the one from Electronic Specialties Incorporated. Comes up in a roll-up pouch, and all that's in there are a set of leads for your multimeter, 2 sets of alligator clips, a small and a large set, a set of back probes, and a pair of regular probes. Very handy kit that if you need a good accessory kit, this is an excellent basic option. You don't have to spend a ton of money getting a huge kit with all kinds of different leads. This pretty much covers all your basics. And this cool little 4-piece adapter set from Gear Wrench is always popular because it has 3/8 to quarter, 1/2 inch to 3/8, 3/8 to half, and quarter to 3/8. All chrome, all lifetime warranty. Travis, that's right. Travis says that Benchmade knives are awesome because they have a lifetime warranty and free lifetime sharpening. That is true. They're the only ones I know of that'll do the lifetime sharpening. Most good knife companies like Kershaw, CRKT, and those guys will put a lifetime warranty on their knives. CRKT specifically tells you that the warranty does not cover a broken tip because they know people will use their knives as prying instruments, but they are not intended to be used that way. So they'll cover everything but that. They'll even cover screws that fall out. So if screw gets loose and falls out, you lose your pocket clip, whatever. They cover that stuff all the time. We got some new pen lights from Coast. I am reevaluating some of the Coast offerings, which has nothing to do with the company or quality, simply price. The price on these guys has just gone up a lot. I'm not happy about that. And I'm going to be doing some comparisons between the Streamlight USB Pro rechargeable one and this one. I want to see if there's an added value to go with Streamlight on the truck. I normally just put the Coast ones on. As if you've been watching me for any period of time, you'd know that I prefer Coast to be on the truck over the Streamlight ones because of costs and a few other features and benefits that you get with owning a Coast product. But the price has gone up a lot on these, and I don't think that it's worth the additional cost on these. There are other lineup, like their XP series lights are still excellent value, but it's just these pen light ones in particular. So I might just sell the ones I have at my current pricing, take the hit, and then go for the Streamlight ones. I think I'm going to do that. Speaking of lights, you saw one of these on another tool haul video that I did. They've been making their way on the market, well, like all over the place. These are those LED strip headlights with a little spot on the side, and you turn them on with this switch here, and you cycle through their modes. There's high and low, and then high and low, and then the other light is a motion sensor. When you click it, it turns that light red and green, and then every time you pass something by, the sensor turns on and off. I mean, they're not the most rugged things in the world, but they're a headlight. So as long as you're okay with no warranty on the light, they're dirt cheap, and I've been selling them, I think, $25 a piece or a 2-pack for $40, and everyone's buying the 2-pack. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold in my throat. This is bugging me. So I might have to stop and take a drink every now and then to keep from choking at you. And a cough drop or two doesn't hurt either. So I'm doing all I can to keep up with the demand on these headlights. I know Matco has them branded for them. I don't know where they're getting them from or who their supplier is. And I've seen other people with them. I don't know where they've been getting them, but I guess they're all over the place. But just a terrific option for either up close work or prolonged use, because you get a decent runtime out of a charge. Very lightweight, very comfortable because the whole thing's a band. And you don't even know you're wearing it, especially if you wear it over a ball cap or something. And that LED strip gives such a beautiful, wide, open, even light. It's fantastic. Raging Cajun just stopped in. Hey, Raging, how are you? Country Mile Garage. Hey, Theo. I just saw your tool haul video earlier today. Love the stuff that you get and show. So thanks for sharing that. It's always fun to see what you're buying off the trucks or wherever. See if you need to get caught up with anything in the chat. I think so far we're pretty good. Okay. This is the Sunex 38-piece mini bit and driver set. It's got this little quarter drive ratchet that comes with it and a whole array of bits. You have Phillips, Torx, tamper-proof Torx. Allen slotted screwdriver bit has a small extension in there that you can't see, and the driver has a magnet in there so it retains the bits. The price went disturbingly high on this, I think last flyer cycle, but they knocked it back down again. Thankfully, it was getting kind of, I was getting worried. I didn't know if I'd be able to continue to carry them because the price was getting out of control. And that's part of the constant challenge of this. I always need to keep an eye on that, because if it's too expensive, I don't want to carry it. And sometimes if you just wait for the price to come back down, it creeps back down to where it's reasonable. That happened with creepers. Plastic creepers are getting way out of hand with their pricing. Lyle makes the Jeepers Creeper brand creeper. They also make the plastic creeper for Matco, Cornwell, and Mac. I had them in my flyer, and I did a flyer drop video on them to tell you to avoid them because they were over $160. I thought it was a ridiculous price, and Instead, I started carrying the K-Tool plastic reaper. They're on sale right now for like $81, which is a much, much, much more reasonable price. So we're shifting the product line. We're going away from the Lyle ones. We're going toward the K-Tool ones. There's some advantages to the K-Tool ones. They have a higher weight capacity, for example, and you're not going to spend nearly as much or half the price. So, when I have to make a shift, I make a shift. And that's what I really like about being an independent guy. And I don't know. Hey, Mark from Mid-Atlantic Tools, question for you. What's your opinion on the Lyle versus K-Tool plastic reapers? Because Mark and I buy a lot of our tools from the same company. So I wonder what his take is. Cass is here. Hey, Speed Wrench. Good to see you. Johnny Ringo made a tool haul live. Good to see you again. How you been? I don't know if you're going to hear the roosters tonight. They're all in bed. Well, thanks for showing up, everybody. This is a good turnout. I'm glad. I just sort of threw this together at the last minute. Didn't know if anyone would be interested in showing up, being it's a Friday night and all. But thanks for spending at least a little bit of time. Appreciate that. How long have we been on the air for? 16 minutes. Probably not soon enough to show you something that I'm going to show you. So I'll leave that till later, until it gets under the algorithm of the YouTube radar, or under the radar of the YouTube algorithm. Some surprises for you. If you need a digital torque wrench, consider the GearWrench 1/4, 3/8, and 1/2 inch drive models. These guys all do angle. They have a flex head and their 120 XP mechanism in the gear. They beep, they light up, and they vibrate when you hit your target torque. And the fact that they all do angle out of the box, I like. They give every feature they have to just one model. So I like the fact that they have upgraded the torque wrenches to put angle on all of them. I also enjoy their new packaging. This packaging looks very good. Their old packaging was terrible. It was just a black blow molded case. This is very eye catching. And when you put this on the shelf of the tool truck, people are going to spot it. They're going to be curious. They're going to look at it, and typically they buy one. And it's always good for sales when you can merchandise something that well. And their new packaging is very good for that. And I'll show you something later on, which they whiffed on the packaging on that, unfortunately. So good on GearWrench for upgrading the packaging on the torque wrenches. But they upgraded some other stuff that I'm not happy about. It'd be interesting to hear any of your opinions on if you've got any experience with those things too, especially Mark from Mid-Atlantic Tools. All right, let's get caught up in the chat. Mark says, I never got K-Tool Creepers, but was looking to get some in to do due to price. It's I think the best option for us right now, given it's not like it's a $10 or $20 difference. These are half the price of the Jeepers Creepers ones from Lyle. So I put them on, and so far they've been selling pretty well. Cass asks if I'm saying that we're not going to get cock blocked. Probably not tonight. No, Theo, it's not that kind of tool haul tonight. Well, then again, maybe it will be. It's still early. I don't know. 2000 MCR asks, Matco now sells Milwaukee. Yes, they announced that, I want to say a month ago, maybe two. And they very quickly started putting Milwaukee tools on the Matco trucks. Why they did it is still a matter of conjecture officially, but it does not take a genius to figure out that it only makes sense for them and their customers, because you can sit on the sidelines of the power tool industry and watch all your sales go to Milwaukee, or you can admit that maybe the lineup you have isn't that competitive, and in order to be more competitive, you should probably get embedded with the enemy. And they did that in this case. Good for them. It's going to eliminate their cost of production for their own tool brand, which they don't really need given the smaller market share that they had. They had very good tools. I think their quality was never in question, but the reality is it probably wasn't worth it to them to continue to produce them. So they made the deal with Milwaukee. They're now a Milwaukee distributor. Matco is calling it a partnership, but I don't think it's actually a partnership. I think they're simply now a distribution channel for Milwaukee and retailing them on the trucks. A partnership usually implies that both parties are taking on some liability together and sharing in some profitability together. So I don't really know if that's the case, but I do know that they're selling now through Matco for their dealers. They say for the time being they're going to keep both the Matco and the Milwaukee lines on their trucks, but I have a feeling that they probably sold their last Matco cordless power tool. They just weren't very competitive in that space because their pricing was kind of high compared to Milwaukee, and they didn't have nearly as good of a warranty. Matco's warranties were 2 years on the tools and the battery. Milwaukee's warranties are 5 years on the tools and 3 years on the equivalent batteries that Matco was selling with those kits. And I think far and away, Milwaukee just has it all over them as far as that's concerned. Plus, they've got a breadth of options that nobody else can seem to touch. All right, let me get caught up in the chat. And Theo at Country Mile Garage says he loves them torque wrenches. Yeah, those are really nice. I've had guys buy all three sizes from me. For some reason, a 1/4 inch is more expensive than the 3/8. I don't know why. Probably miniaturization, I'm guessing. I don't know. JWC Tech says that new gear wrench digital torque wrench with a swappable heads and rechargeable battery pack looks awesome. Thank you for bringing that up. They call that their they got a word for it. What is it? Hang on, I got a flyer right here. It's got it in there. Excuse me while I peruse my flyer and find it. I was curious about these. I've never seen them before, and I don't know what the advantage is to them. When I looked them up, the only thing I could find was that they're good for some industrial applications, but I don't know what those are. That is these. Can you see that okay? That's these E-Spec electronic torque wrenches. They're extremely expensive. And I don't really know what the advantage to these are over the regular digital torque wrenches. I see, obviously, I see some featured differences, but I don't know what would compel anyone to buy these that you wouldn't get in a regular digital torque wrench. So, if any of you know, please weigh in. I'm immensely curious to know what the advantages to that are. All right, let me get caught up on the chat. East Coast Ken is here. Good evening, East Coast Ken. BS Small Engines, good evening to you. Good to see you. All right. And then I also have a 1/2 inch version of the gear wrench digital torque wrench here. That's going to a customer Tuesday. Underhood lights have been on and off frustrating for me. This is one from K-Tool. It extends to 78 inches wide. Just an LED strip. And you have the extendable padded hooks on either side. $1,400 lumens. And right now they're, I think, $168 for an underhood light on a tool truck. Not a bad price. I have sold a couple of them, and guys like them. I've not had any negative feedback on them. But I was a little cautious initially. I like Milwaukee's underhood lights. I can put together a really nice underhood light setup from Maxeon lighting, but the pricing's more. And these are a nice, fairly low profile light. So far, so good on those. Yeah, it looks like an Astro light, doesn't it, Mark? It does. It does. But I don't know for a fact who makes them, but I suspect you're right on that. Oh, BS Melendez says been several tornadoes touchdown. I guess they were concerned about that where Cass and I are, but I think that danger is pretty much past tonight. They were talking about maybe having some tornadoes or either the heavier band of thunderstorms touchdown east of I-35 in Austin. So we'll see. All right. As much as I like the packaging of the new Milwaukee torque wrenches, I dislike the packaging. Milwaukee gear wrench torque wrenches. I dislike the packaging on the gear wrench gearbox wrench set. This is a fantastic set of wrenches. They used to sell in this nice gray blow molded tray, and every size had its place. And guys would just take that, slide it right in their toolbox. Perfect. Instead, excuse me, they changed it, and Gear Wrench has now decided to put them in bags in a cardboard box. They don't even put them individually wrapped. There's like 3 sizes in one bag, and then like 3 sizes in another bag, and 1 size in another bag. It's kind of a pain in the neck. And if you're going to spend the kind of money that you do on wrench sets like this, it would really be nice to have it all done up in one package. But unfortunately, I guess it saves money to package them this way. I think that people will be fine spending a few extra bucks for the tray. Most guys seem to like them. But the wrench itself is a wonderful wrench. 120 XP mechanism in the ratcheting box end. This is the version that has a flex head. They have a version without a flex head, and then they have an offset fixed head here. Both ends are spline drive. You see that? Both ends are spline drive. So they grab 6 different fastener types. Let's see if I can remember what they are. Spline, hex, Torx, 12-point, square, and damage and rounded off. So they're a versatile wrench that has found their way in like every diesel tech's toolbox, I think. Automotive guys don't seem to like them as much. They seem to be big sellers with the diesel guys. And this one is going to, I got a diesel shop. So I got to drop that off for a guy Wednesday morning. This is a sensor socket set. This is the one from Gear Wrench. This same set, and I don't know if they're all made by the same company or not, but I've seen the same set from Sunex and I think Lyle, and I don't know if OTC has one too, I think. Pretty standard plain vanilla set. But these are $100, which for a tool truck price on that set, one of the lower prices I've seen. When it comes to if the quality is equal and the offering is equal in every other way, I'm just going to go for the price. On this one, I go for the price. So Gear Wrench at $100 is like at least $50 less than other ones I've seen. And JWC Tech asks if I've seen anything new from Seba. Excuse me. That Vim has coming out. No, I have not. Be curious now because I love Vim. Vim's a terrific brand. I don't know if they've ever made anything that I don't like quality-wise and usability-wise. Hey, Tarek, good to see you. Oh, Mark. Sucker. Yeah, I do. Hold on. Stand by, people. I'm going to have Mark join us here from Mid-Atlantic Tools. All right, bud. Just sent you off a link. This will be fun. Hope you have a better connection this time than last time. Last time we were doing a live tool haul, Mark tried to join us from his truck, and he's having a wonky connection at the time. And it was a bummer because he's a really good guy and just a ton of knowledge. He's been selling tools, I think, 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just fun to see the stuff that he carries and to get his take on the same stuff that I'm showing you. Because again, he and I buy a lot of our stuff in the same company, so we sell a lot of the same stuff. And everyone always has different experiences with tools and what sells well and what they have good luck with. When I was a Mac guy, I when I was a Mac guy, I'd see what other Mac guys were buying, and they say, "Oh, this thing sells like crazy," and I go, "Okay," and I get them, and I couldn't sell them or whatever, or stuff that I would sell a lot of, and other guys like, "Oh, we never sell any of those." So it's kind of funny, depending, I think, on the personality of the tool guy, of the whatever subset of the market you're serving, all plays into that. Okay, let's go back to the chat and get caught up. Theo says they save on shipping. I bet that's the reason. Yeah, in fact, I didn't think of that, Theo, until you mentioned it with the gearbox wrenches. That it's way less expensive to ship in a smaller box like that than it is in a larger tray. That's got to be it. I mean, I can't imagine what a company that size pays in shipping every year. I mean, I know what we pay, thousands of dollars every year to ship stuff. I think last year we spent 9 grand on shipping, and we're just a tiny little operation. I can't imagine what a big company like that spends on their shipping. Luke Trakinski asks, why do cordless ratchets get more attention than the right angle cordless impacts? Opinions? Who has experience with both? I know Cass does. If I had to guess, I'd say maybe the ratchet's a little more versatile, maybe? I don't know. Good question. Throw that out there for everyone else um, to weigh in on. Tarek says that they're more useful. I think versatility has a lot to do with it. And they're way more compact because the right angle impacts have a big clunky head on it because it has to house an impact mechanism that has um, an anvil with dogs and a hammer that strikes that, whereas the ratchet is just a geared mechanism. That's all that needs. So you save a ton of space with them too, although there is quite a bit of a power difference. What people tend to forget with electronic torque, with battery operated ratchets is they're a ratchet in the conventional sense. So even if you're not pulling the trigger, you can work it manually like a real ratchet. So break something loose, then pull the trigger and run it off, run something on, and then tighten it down by hand. And that's the way they're intended to work. And JWC Tech asks, what's y'all's favorite spark plug socket set? Looking to upgrade, thinking about Vim. Solid choice. If you're looking for something that's like magnetic, Gear Wrench has an offering there too. They also have this 5-piece set where there's extensions that are permanently affixed to the socket, and there's a wobble mechanism on there. Sunex is fairly inexpensive, and they have a pretty good set too. And Greg Blau, welcome, Greg. Good to see you. He says Gear Wrench spark plug sockets work for him. He hasn't tried anything else. I don't know if there's a huge difference between them. You're going to have to hit some specialty stuff depending on if you're working on certain cars, like BMW, for example, has a specialty socket that you have to get for their stuff. It's a thin wall design. And Pay says impacts need adapters. It depends. I mean, you're going to have either a quarter, 3/8, or half-inch drive size, just like you would on a ratchet. So I don't know if that's necessarily true. It depends on what your socket collection is like. And BS Small Engine says, I got a email a few weeks ago. USPS was going to raise their shipping prices again. I'm using pirate ship to ship all my orders. It saved me a lot of money. Good to know that there's a way to save it out there. We regularly renegotiate our UPS contract to try to keep our costs down too. So any way you can do it, do it. Regarding the Ratchet and Impact conversation, Cass from Speedwrench says he uses both every day. Ratchet has a smaller head. Use it like a Ratchet. Yeah, I think that's the big difference there. Oh, and Luke asks, what's your best go-to to remove worn hex fasteners? I'm going to say, I bet there's a few guys out there that like the Mac RBRT sockets for that, if I'm not mistaken. There's a few different brands that have stuff that you can use for that. I know Mac has a very good offering. And Pei says, I've seen Gearwrench coming out with more locking flexes. Do they have a locking spark plug ratchet? Not that I know of. Maybe somebody else has seen them. I have not. All right, back to the tools. You got a real simple and small tire patch kit here. Comes with 2 T handles. Oh, Mark, I just saw you jump on. Hold on one sec. Comes with 2 T handles, and these are really hefty handles. These are surprisingly robust. They're strangely heavy. Comes with your lube and 50 4-inch patch strips. And a couple of Allen keys for your tools here. Black blow molded case. This is one from K-Tool. They have other brands and different configurations. I think this one has the most number of patches that come in them. $39. So not bad at all for a tool kit price. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from the wonderful, wonderful state of New Jersey, I bring to you Mid-Atlantic Tools. Mark's here. Hey, Mark.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Any feedback?
No, sounds great.
Oh, great.
Awesome. Thank you so much for jumping on, man. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Not a problem. How you been?
I've been spending the last week getting over a cold or something, and so
all right.
I feel good enough now to get back at it. So I took the week off the road, which is kind of nice because you get a heck of a tool haul video to shoot at the end of that week when you have all your orders coming in.
Yes.
I just haven't been able to make any deliveries, but that means next week's sales are going to be out through the roof.
Yes. It's always good. It's always good.
So that's it's never a bad thing. And I was able to, you and I talked a while ago about different ways to work your schedule. And I had like a couple of shops that I had to see every other week because I had an older route from when I had someone else working for me. And I think I've just reworked everything right now where I can get back to seeing everybody every week because I've had a few requests on people asking me to come by every week. I'm like, I hate to not do that. So I think I'm back now on an every shop every week schedule, which it's going to be busier, but it'll make the time go by,
Yeah.
How's things with you?
Makes the day a little bit longer.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Yep.
That's all. A little bit longer.
How's your week?
It's all good. It was good. I did take one day off this week. I took the first off because I do this big Halloween thing. So
nice.
On the first, I have to take everything down and clean up everything, and it takes all day. So,
so
it was I had a 3-day work week this week because I don't work Fridays.
Well, good for you. That's
so it was a nice week.
And heading into the rest of the holidays now, with Thanksgiving a few weeks away, and then Christmas and New Year's, it's never that busy this time of year, I don't think. And I usually plan some downtime anyway.
Yeah, it slows down. my area where I'm at in New Jersey, when you look at a map and you look at the map in New Jersey, and you see that the peninsula hanging off the bottom.
Yep.
That is majority of my area.
Okay.
So I'm surrounded by water, and it's a seasonal town. So in the summertime, it probably gets 2/3 larger in population.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and in the wintertime, it gets a lot smaller and things slow down. And then my other route it's just a smaller route in general. So it doesn't really change much, but it's a small route. So it's still pretty steady though. Everything's still steady. Even the route that's at the bottom of Jersey, it's still pretty steady. It's not that I have that it's dropped off yet. Usually after January, it drops off.
Yeah.
So
well, that's good. At least you're able to manage it and keep it productive for you.
yes.
You know, that's the big thing. Like there was on this other route that I had, I had to kind of shrink it down because there were just some shops that never really panned out.
That happens.
You know, and I think it was more the guys I had working for me than anything else because, you know, once you turn that over to someone else, you got to hope that they do it the way that you're hoping to have it done. And for one reason or other, things just didn't really gel in a lot of these shops. So I took the shops that were good for me once I took it all back over, and I can now sprinkle them out throughout other days of the week and kind of condense it all down. So,
yeah. Well, one of the things I wanted to, you ever watch somebody on YouTube and you're yelling at the screen and you want to tell, you were doing that to me. You might have hated that one set from Gear Wrench with this is the worst box it comes in.
Is that the gearbox wrenches?
Yes. You can actually get wrenches.
Oh, they put them.
Oh, where am I at? There we go. So they're not flex head.
Right.
These are just the long wrenches, double box from Gear Wrench. Okay. This is how they come in this ugly brown box. If guys are interested, it's part number 85985-07. Talk about no thrills. Just in a box. I hate it. It displays terribly.
Yep.
Because on the truck, I mean, who's going to pick it up?
You're not going to want to look what's in there. There's nothing attractive about the box.
Nothing. And another company that does this, and I love the company, and you even mentioned them tonight, is Vim.
Yeah.
Do the same thing. They have this brown box. You know, they think that it's a great thing. Oh, look, we're using recycle and blah, blah. It's terrible, though, for tool trucks. Terrible.
It is. I like their what they have replaced their standard gear wrench wrenches with, the new 90-tooth ones. Those come in a box, which, all right, but they at least give you a wrench holder in the box.
Yes.
And the box itself displays very well.
Yeah, because you can stack more than,
you can stack them. They look, they're eye-catching to that same black and gold.
You can lock them in.
Yes. They're the same black and gold motif as the torque wrenches do. I love that about them. So no surprise, I sell way more wrench sets now than I ever have. But man, if they could do the same thing for the gearbox wrenches and some of their, I mean, that's their higher grade premium stuff. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. For everybody that's watching, just so you guys know, when you're a tool distributor, we played the biggest game of Tetris possible. Because that's all we do.
I am woefully behind on my version of that because my shelves are so messy right now. I gotta.
Yeah, we play the biggest game of Tetris. You lock it all in, and you go down the road, and you see how if you won the game or not.
Right, and then you get to the next step, like, oh nope, missed that one and that one. Pick them up off the floor, stick them back on
the floor.
Pardon me. All right, next on the list we got
the black and gold box. JWC Detective said the black and gold box. They're actually nice. You can actually see a picture on them. That's why.
Yes, exactly.
Which is a nice box, but yeah, the brown one's terrible.
Not so much. Next, we got their biggest adjustable, indexable pry bar from Gear Wrench. You push the button and you can rotate the head on this guy 180 degrees and extend it 48 inches. And you have this awesome pry bar. Have you ever seen one of these broken, Mark? I've never seen one break myself.
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
What part broke? Was it the pivot there?
It was the button.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think what they did is I think they had a helper bar on top of that. And they bent it enough where it just jammed up where it wouldn't go up and down anymore.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, because it was fun when I had to try to figure out how to send it back and it was extended. So, yeah. I mean, I got it back together, but
I've had to build my own boxes sometimes. Just cut a bunch of boxes up and tape them all together to package whatever I was trying to send back.
And another good one that guys should, if they like that one, a 16-inch one.
Yes.
They like that one for pulling like injectors or something. They got to pop up.
This is the longest one that Gear Wrench has. I think OTC has one that's longer than this, if I'm not mistaken. And then
not sure.
And then Gear Wrench has a shorter version of the same one, but after that they have a 16, a 10, and 8. And they just have the indexable head; they're not extendable. But outstanding options. I'm glad they do put the warranty on them because that pivot does break a bit in the head for some reason, but it's easy enough to swap them out.
Yeah.
All right, let's get caught up in the chat here and see who else has jumped on. And Brian Stewart says, what's the big seller for you as a Matco distributor? I sold a lot of them in Milwaukee in the last month. Brian, I bet you have. And welcome to the club. Having Milwaukee as a power tool line is outstanding for any tool guy. What's Mark up? That's the one. That's the 2767 half-inch, 1,400 foot-pound.
That's a big seller. I know he just said he sold a lot of Milwaukee, but yeah, Milwaukee's a big seller.
I would recommend bulk up on that half-inch. They also have a half-inch and 3/8 kit. I think 2988 is the part number on that, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. Did I get the part number right?
Anything else?
Did I get the part number right on that one? Is it 2988?
What's that?
The part number on that one? Is that 2988?
2988, 22, but this is a 22R.
Oh, because it has the new batteries in them.
So when you get an R, you guys are looking now for an extra $50 it's going to cost you probably.
Yeah. They put this new, I don't know. They say the battery's sealed against solvents and things. I don't know. I don't know if it's a marketing thing or what. But anyway, so they upgrade the batteries. Same 18 volt or 12 volt batteries that you've always bought, but just they put the R after them. But anyway, Brian, those two kits, and don't bother. And Mark, what's your opinion? I wouldn't recommend that he bother with the old version of the ratchets. Only get the new high speed ones that have the compact heads on them. Both the 1/4 and 3/8 drive are outstanding sellers. Kits or bare tools. Either way.
12, it doesn't, 12, it doesn't, it's, I guess it's more of just whatever the guy, if he wants it fast, fine. If you want, I think the slower one, isn't the slower one have a little bit more foot pounds?
Yes, 5 foot pounds more.
And for some reason, 5 is a big number.
It is. So it's nice to get.
I mean, if you're talking inches, I'm a movie star, So.
But the cool thing about their old, like the first version of the ratchets, the one that have the small black round head on them.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we get dealer bundles with those. Well, they'll bundle them together with a bunch of other things, and then we can do what we want.
The older style.
Yes, the old style.
Yeah.
So Brian, I don't know if Brian, I don't know if Matco. I assume that they'll also be able to give those to you because they're bundles that Milwaukee puts together and then gives to the distributors. So there's sometimes we can buy, like, if we buy a bundle, they'll throw in a ratchet for free, and then we have, like, we can make our own bundles, or we can break stuff up, or we can sell stuff individually or whatever, or maybe have a giveaway, or buy this kit, get this ratchet, or whatever you want to do.
For free,
you have lots of options there, and I really like the fact that they do that regularly. So I don't know what kind of communication you're getting from Matco on that, but through our distributors, they're always sending out email promos with stuff like that on it. So it makes sense to take advantage where you can. And then Brian also asked if we put prices on our tools at all. I don't put them on the truck. Mark, do you?
I tried that, and prices changed so much it wasn't worth it.
That's exactly
So
what I found too.
I stopped doing it. I probably did it for about I don't know, maybe 6 months or so. Then I got to the point where, first off, it took too much time.
Yes.
It takes way too much time. Putting a little sticky label on everything, writing the number, checking it. Because if you put the wrong price by mistake, you're selling it.
Yep.
You're taking a loss. You can't say, "Oh no, I put the wrong price on." The guy's going to be like, "Well, you're an ass." So you can't do that.
Yeah,
So it's just a lot easier. Let them pick it up, see what it is. Is Brian a distributor now, or sounds like he is? Oh yeah.
Yeah, Brian started saying he's a Matco distributor now, and he's just getting used to the new Milwaukee offering. So
How long has he been in?
I don't know, Brian. How long have you been in the business? He's in Wisconsin.
He's in Wisconsin. Yeah. How long you been a distributor?
All right. Next up, we have these 5-piece pry bar sets from K-Tool. This is almost the identical 5-piece pry bar set that Mayhew puts out under their Dominator name. These are the Dominator pry bars manufactured and labeled for K-Tool. The only difference is the smallest one in this kit is an 8-inch, and the smallest one in the Dominator kit is a 10-inch. Other than that, they're exactly the same pry bars. And this one's about, $20 less or something like that, I think, right now. So get a slightly lower price on the same pry bars. They have striker caps on them, lifetime warranty, curve tip.
Yeah, I don't buy much K-Tool.
No, I've been buying more and more lately.
Because I don't deal all my suppliers. ISN is a little bit more expensive than most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You do a lot with Medco?
Medco I do a lot with.
Yeah, their pricing seems to be pretty good. Like, I'll buy certain things all the time from Medco.
Yeah.
Gloves.
And that's how I'm starting out now. I notice, I don't know, within the last week though, I see a lot of stuff from ISN. I'm getting a lot of sales coming through. So I don't know what's really happening, because I also heard ISN closed a couple facilities. So I don't know what's happening there.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't really share a whole lot of information.
No.
If there's something going on internally, they pretty much.
Oh yeah, you don't know until the day it happens.
Pretty much. Brian says he's in Wisconsin, been in the business 2.5 years, and you do a lot of business with New Tool. I've never dealt with those guys.
New Tool is my most expensive.
Are they?
Yes.
The reason I like ISN is it's very easy to place orders with them.
Yes, it is.
I've imported their entire product lineup into my software. I just put together a purchase order and then just email it right out of my software to my rep there, and he can process it. So it makes it easy for me. So I do a lot with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for me, Medco, one of their warehouses is in Philadelphia. So it's, if I order before 2:00, I have it the next day.
And then Brian says he used to do Medco. They want to charge for shipping. Don't they have minimums though? I know
Yes, they do. Matco.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
Medco. Yes, I used to do. Yes. They have. All depends on how much you buy from them. Depends on what your shipping number is. Do you deal with Aircat?
I always give them as an option. I haven't sold a whole lot of their stuff, although I think they're a very good alternative to Ingersoll. I think they're a 45 degree.
Yeah.
How much are you retailing that for?
I don't know. If I had to remember prices, then I got to get out of the business.
I've been selling. I sell a lot of the Astro 90 degree quick lock ones.
Mm-hmm.
Those sell pretty well.
One thing you'll find out from me, especially if you watch any of my videos, I never give prices.
I don't know, some I always just remember because they're always there. This is the 1/2 inch, 24-inch long, 120 XP ratchet from Gear Wrench. I can never remember the price on this, but it's always surprisingly low to me. They had these things on sale once for like $80, and I
Is that
could
the
not keep
1/2
them
inch?
on the truck. That's a 1/2 inch. Yeah, 24-inch long one.
It is. It's expired. Yes, it is. It is on the lower side.
Yeah, and surprisingly so, because I think the quality is just as good as anyone else's,
Yes.
and it's way less money. Like I think right now, I mean, it's still not very expensive. It's when they had them on sale for $80, they were ludicrous. I couldn't keep them on the truck, and then they came out with this version here. I think this is in the flyer. Hold on a sec. Yeah.
I might have some flyers. Let me see if I have some flyers here to see.
Yeah, $109.90. So for $110, 24-inch long handle, 120 XP mechanism, 1/2 inch drive. Does it come with a free hat? He says. I will pass along a piece of advice I was given from a buddy of mine, who said, if there's anything on a tool truck that comes with a free hat, avoid it for at least your first year of being in business.
Free hat. I don't give out too many free hats.
No, I don't either. When people complain about it,
that's
say,
a Matco thing.
Hey, if you want to, if like
Caps for apps.
Like if people say, "Oh, I'll buy this, can I get a free hat?" Sure, if you pay the Snap-on price for this, you can. I'll give you multiple free hats, or the Matco price, or whatever. We try to keep our prices as low as we possibly can, and that usually means we can't give away too much free stuff. The wireless earbuds from K-Tool have been pretty popular. These are the new product that they came out with, new in this flyer. I think they're selling for $84.
Now, do you have any problem with guys getting them that they really shouldn't be wearing them in the shop?
No, if the shop has a policy that they shouldn't wear them, they won't use them, but they will still buy these to use on their own.
On their own.
Yeah.
Now, I actually Tech Life.
Yeah.
I've heard of Tech Life. They got a watch with a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't tell time. It's just a speaker.
Yep.
Which a lot of guys will buy them because it's not in their ear, but the music's still right there.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, they used to sell through ISM, but then they stopped that. Now I know they were soliciting dealers like us to buy direct from them. I haven't done it yet. I don't know. I'm just kind of waffling on that idea for some reason. Bahaha Automotive says the Aircat has a badass 1/2 inch air drill. The RPM is maxed at 700. Perfect for the Matco stepper bits. That's a good combination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think is it Astro has stepper bits? Is it Astro? They have a
I've never seen them from Astro.
Is it Astro?
And I know somebody told me once that they thought that
who had them?
The Matco Hyperstep bits were Astro bits, but I don't know that because
he's talking to the stepper drill bits.
I'm sorry. I
was talking the whole stepper bit.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah. I wasn't sure. But the stepper bits, I think I carry Nordstrom.
Okay.
Nordstrom.
Yeah, and then Theo and JWC Tech said that they just released them.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. Yeah, Vim has them too.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the tip on that. And Brian says that he quit selling earbuds. He had nothing but issues with them. So far, so good on the K-Tool ones. I'm always wary of electronics because I don't want to be saddled with a bunch of problems.
Yeah.
If they're problematic, I won't carry them. But I first bought a pair for myself before I put them on the truck just to see if they'd be any good, and I liked them. Pretty easy to use, good sound quality. And Theo says the Matco times run out on the bits, so no Astro can sell them. Are those the step point bits?
Yes, they had a exclusive with them because nobody else was even making them.
Hmm.
So something ran out, patent warranty, who knows, whatever it is. And now, because like I said, Vim makes them, Norson makes them, Can Cut, which they're all probably coming out of the same factory anyhow. But
I suspect you're right. As far as I know, well, I don't know. As far as I know, Kincut has their own manufacturing in the U.S.
yeah,
I don't think Astro does. But in fact, this is Theo says Kincut as well.
yeah,
The thing that I'm curious about is I have customers who give me other tool companies flyers all the time so I can shoot videos on them. And on their latest flyer, they have the Hyperstep bits on the cover, and they say that they're a Matco exclusive, which I thought was interesting because other brands have them, and Kincut has them, and I think they're the same ones that K Tools now branded for themselves. And I started to wonder, how can they call it exclusive? And then I noticed in their description, they say it's a Cobalt bit set. But as far as I know, the Kincut ones are not Cobalt steel.
yeah. But I think Vim are.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you'd have to double check that. I think Vim just put out a video. They're doing Tool Tuesday videos or something like that. I don't know if he's caught that yet. And they were reviewing those step bits. And if I'm not mistaken, he did say they were Cobalt. But then again, I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I don't know. And sometimes they hide the details that, as tool guys, we would like to know, so we can see what's being sold and where. Because sometimes, they'll make it look as attractive as they can, and if a customer gets the wrong idea, or they think or they assume something is that it's not, I'd like to have as much information as I can, because everyone really liked the Matco bits, the Hyperstep bits.
Yes.
And then when Kincut came out with them, people would buy them from me, and they loved them too. So I started, and apparently I was wrong in thinking that they must be exactly the same. And then, like what you said, someone else said, no, Astro makes those, not Kincut. And then, well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because the steel index that they come in is identical. It's that orange,
it's the with the
funky shaped index with the 3 folding trays in them. So
yeah,
that's there's something to learn there. I don't know what it is yet. Yeah, and Pat's right. Kincut is high speed steel, but they're a salt nitride treated steel, so they're harder than your average high speed steel bit, is my understanding. And Brian wonders what the warranty is on all the Hyperstep bits for the other brands. Don't know. I know Matco's is every size over 1/4 inches covered under warranty. I don't know of anyone else that has a warranty on them. Do you, Mark?
No, not really. But at my price, if a guy breaks one and he puts up a fuss about it, I have no problem giving him a drill bit.
No, I don't either. I do the same thing.
So,
yeah.
Oh,
and I'm doing something that's kind of exciting.
Because, I mean, if I want to sell it at, what were they selling at? $500, $400?
For something, I think. Yeah.
Okay. If I sell it to him for $400, I'll warranty it for the rest of his life.
Sure.
Because he paid for the warranty up front at that price.
Really, yeah, and that's JWC takes Matco is the best warranty. Mac though covers every size on their Cobalt bits, even right down to 1/16 of an inch.
That's amazing.
It is. When I was a Mac guy, I hated it because it was really hard to find the part numbers on these things. So you pull in the guy will give you a handful of broken bits, all these really tiny ones. Like I got to look up every individual size in these bits now because he can't stamp them on there. There's no room, so it was kind of a pain in the neck. But yeah, it was the only reason people spend that kind of money on the drill bit set. And Country Mile says, I believe Kincut has warranty. I will show you.
Kincut. They might have some type of warranty on their bits.
They have. Dang it, where is it?
Maybe it's Nordstrom. I think it might be Nordstrom. I don't have my other computer out here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Vim might be covering a lifetime warranty on theirs.
That would be interesting if that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if that's the case, then, you'll blow everybody out of the water with price, and then now you have now you can match the warranty. So
yes. I'm trying to find it on.
The one guy just said, if you spend $400 to $500, you're going to take care of your drill bits. Yeah, you are.
Well, that's the truth. You're not going to let anyone else use them.
You ain't going to loan them out.
No, I've known guys that have bought drill bits that have just like walked away, covering them up, not telling them.
Yeah.
One guy drew a skull and crossbones on his. Do not.
I had a shop owner actually come out to the truck and he bought 2 sets of drill bits.
Really?
Yes.
One for the shop.
And I said, "Why are you buying 2?" And he's like, "Well, this one's going in my box, and this one goes for the guys. And if they use it all up, then they're out of luck."
Hey, that sounds fair. That sounds more
and he
than
goes,
fair.
and after that, they got to buy their own.
That sounds more than fair. I'm trying to find on Kincut's website. They have a warranty thing there. I just can't find out where they put it.
Country Mile apparently had a bad situation with drill bits from Norseman.
Oh, really?
Well, he just said, "I has no warranty. Ask me how I know." So I'm assuming.
And that's the one thing I like to make sure I disclose up front.
Yeah.
No matter what someone's buying, I will make sure I tell them the warranty on it.
Warranty, yep.
Pretty much everyone assumes hand tools have lifetimes. Electronics and stuff usually have a year.
Yeah.
But lights can vary, and specialty tools, especially drill bits, can vary. So I'm doing something that's kind of new for me. I have an agreement with a shop to replenish a lot of their consumables. So I'm setting up a thing where I'm now going to come in with, I don't know if you can see, there's a bunch of fuses, body clips, conditioning discs, gloves, things like that.
Astro or I can't think of the other one. Someone has them already packaged up like that, where you can just buy the whole kit.
Yeah. So
they got nuts, bolts, O-rings.
Yes, O-rings and stuff like
fuses,
that too.
Yep. Yes.
Radiator hose clamps and stuff like that. They
how many guys we got on this chat?
If this works out really well, this one shop, I'll offer up as a to expand it to other shops too.
We got 42 people. All right, it's a little self-promotion here. I need 1,000 guys. Someone go over there and get to my channel. Sub to my channel.
Oh, now's a good time to take a break.
Like 80 away or something like that.
You can do it.
90 away.
You can do it. Check out Mark's channel, Mid-Atlantic Tools. Subscribe and like his stuff.
I'm like 90 away. I'm almost at 1,000.
You can do it. And now is a good time to announce that I'm having a fundraiser for the family of a guy who owned a toolbox who passed away.
I saw that video.
Yeah, his wife has asked me to liquidate the box, so I'm going to do it as a fundraiser. So what I'm doing is, for anyone who wants to contribute $200, I will give you a ticket to a drawing that you can win a Snap-on gold medal limited edition toolbox with a top box. And I'm going to be doing some videos on it. I have some promotional videos on it already. I did a short on it the other day. I have changed the drawing date, though. It's now no longer December 2nd. It's now December 9th because of this week that I took off the road. I want to make sure I get as big a chance as I can, everyone to get their tickets purchased. So if anyone's interested, let me know or shoot me an email at lindsay@coiltools.com, and then we can get you taken care of that way. But it's a fundraiser for the family, and you could come away winning a pretty sweet box. And I'll have more on that too as the days go on. All right, what else we got? Non-aerosol sprayer cans, Sure Shot or Titan. Save yourself a few bucks. Go for the Titans.
Yep.
Same as the Sure Shot.
Same as everybody else's.
Yep.
Can you get a rebuild kit for that?
Yeah. The Sure Shot ones fit them.
Yeah, I think everything fits it, right?
Yes.
They're all the same.
Yep. So save yourself the $20 and get the Titan ones. And you know,
Yes.
that's what I've been doing. And then I found that I had a hole in my inventory. I haven't had a really good terminal tool kit on the truck in a while. The Steelman ones with the nice anodized blue handles,
Oh, that is a nice one.
I think are probably, they're not as comprehensive as some of the larger kits, but the price is right on these. I think these are $150.
What's the warranty on that?
What's that?
Warranty?
Lifetime. And you can buy them individually from
Yep.
ISN or whoever. And they come in a nice blow molded case. A little bit of everything in there. And I noticed I hadn't had these on the truck in a long time, so I'm putting these back on the shelf. And the old standby infrared thermometer. This is the one from ESI, Electronic Specialties Incorporated. Pretty plain Jane. I think
Yep.
for the price, it's tough to get a better one. This
I
one
believe Titan might have one too. It's nice.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I got to look into that one. Yeah, I was pricing
Yeah.
them out. And as I saw these, I'm like, well, these are among the more affordable ones. I think
Yes, they
spending
are.
over $100 on these is kind of ridiculous. And this one ranges from minus 58 Fahrenheit to 932 degrees Fahrenheit. Has a little laser pointer you can turn on and off, and gives you an instant read. Very handy.
Have you started carrying Koken?
Oh, not yet. I have a dealer application out to them because, as far as I know, they don't sell through distributors, but they will sell direct.
Yeah, there's a warehouse.
Do you buy direct from them?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I buy through a distributor warehouse.
what?
Mobile Tool Network.
Oh, excuse me while I write that down. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Now I'm interested because they have Global Tool Network. They
It's the
have
quarter-inch
something, but
one.
it only
I
ever
had a whole
came-
bunch come in, and this is the only one I have that was left that on back order, and they just sent them to me.
That is pretty cool.
But I really like these ratchets. It's a nice because I usually sell mostly all my stuff is gear wrench for ratchets.
Yeah.
Ratchets and wrenches are gear wrench, but now I'm getting these in. They're very nice, and I also have some Vim ratchets, which I like.
Yep. Let's get caught up in the chat. Brian says he said to both. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. And do not rob me. He says I just logged on. What's your channel, Mark? His channel. Go ahead and plug your channel.
Mid-Atlantic Tools. Doesn't get any easier than that. I think I'm the only one on there.
And Baja Automotive says the ESI one is better than the Titan due to the sensor quality. Long story. So clearly,
could
you've got
be,
some
yep.
first-hand experience there.
Well, yeah, I think the ESI one would probably be a better.
All the ESI does is manufacture electronic stuff.
Yes.
And I would tend
Yep.
to put a little more faith in what
Yeah.
they come
I
out with.
love their relay testers and stuff like
Yeah.
that. They're great.
Do you ever sell any of the multimeters at all?
No, not really.
No.
I carry Fluke,
Yeah.
and that's really about it. I think I have one ESI meter, and I just picked up a Power Probe one because I want to see what it looked like.
Oh, yeah.
So, and it looks nice. I mean, so now I have like 3 levels of pricing,
Okay.
But if it's up to me and I can convince the guy, I'll put him in a Fluke.
Sure.
And I'll never hear another thing about the meter for the rest of my life.
That's that is true. They're outstanding. And now that more and more guys are getting to electric vehicles, they're
Mhm.
asking me to spec out some stuff for them that the manufacturers are telling them that they need. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops and what we sell more and more of in that lineup. But I know some Fluke stuff for EV, the stuff that spec'd out that'll handle EV, they're only selling to their industrial sector, not yet to their automotive sector. So I don't know how available it is to the rest of us.
Yeah, well, Fluke. I think Fluke got away. You have to go. Fluke is not really. They're getting out of the automotive portion. They're not selling to the WDs anymore. For us, you know. I mean, they're not getting out of that. They're just not, because it was a very small percentage of what they sold to the guys, wrenching compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
So.
All right, some more stuff in the chat. Chris Thompson says, hello from Cape Cod. My old stomping ground, buddy. I'm from Boston. Used to vacation down the Cape when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Whereabouts on the Cape are you? Who else we got that just jumped on? Anyone?
Pat said he had Power Probe. He says it has been a pain in the ass. Was it the meter, Pat? That's been a pain in the ass for you, or is it just all Power Probes, or?
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know. That's very interesting. And Baha says the Autel 539B is a sweet DVM and OBD2 scanner combo. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with that particular model. Chris Thompson from Yarmouth. Have a bowl of chowder for me. It's been a long time. I missed the Cape. I love going on.
I'll be right back. I got to get something.
Okay. Working on trash trucks, Chris. Good for you, man. That's a heck of an industry. We do a lot of business with the trash companies around the Austin area, and they give us a ton of business. So I'm very grateful. I really have nothing but, well, I mean, I have respect for anything that all our customers work on, but transit and refuse, I think, are the two biggest, most important yet unsung sectors that we see. Oh God! Fluff piece alert! Fluff piece alert! There's a magazine called
there it is.
Yeah, a magazine called Professional Distributor. Back in, I think, April, they asked me to do a spot with them, so I said okay, and I did an interview with the writer that they had doing it. And so they scheduled for their October issue, and it just came out. It's a fluff piece, basically.
Did they come out to ride with you, or
no? This is over the phone.
I was in this like maybe 15 years ago when I first started. Yeah,
it's cool. It's a way for.
They came out. They rode with me for the day.
Oh, that is neat.
Got a free lunch.
That's cool. It's an industry magazine
it's different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not nothing hard hitting goes on in there, I don't think.
Yeah.
But it's a way for people to feel like they're at least
And in his little fling, he has his turn ons and turn off. I don't like, long walks on the beach. He put
I think I disappointed him when he got to that section. I'm like, he says, "What music do you like to listen to?" I'm like, I don't listen to music. I don't like stop off for lunch anywhere. I don't like. I'm like, between shops, sandwich. As I'm.
I'm the same way.
Much how I roll. I said, I'm not really. I'm kind of boring like that. For me, when I'm working, it's all work. That's all it is. Then I'm done. But Oh, thanks, Chris. Appreciate the love for the channel, buddy. Oh, and Brian says he worked for Waste Management before. Yeah, Waste Management, big contract for us.
I go to Waste Management.
Yeah, Waste Connections is a big contract for us.
Yeah.
We have a few smaller ones that we deal with.
I go to 3 trash truck companies.
Yeah, great business there. That, and they're huge for me. And then Capital Metro, which does the transit buses, they're our single biggest account. But
it all depends on who's running. It all depends on who's running it. If I'm busy in that shop or not.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll move out the guy, and another guy will come in, and like he was a big Snap-on guy, and then all of a sudden, and nothing happens, and then a year later they're back. They're come see me. Well, so and so left, and this guy's in, and you're back in. Oh, okay.
Yep, I know. It can be really
up
and down at these places.
Yep.
And the cat says, "Hey, what about that small self-employed guy? Congratulations, Cass, because you are now self-employed." Because he and his I need to emphasize business partner Travis have opened up a shop together.
Oh,
And
great.
yeah, they just they're still getting stuff set up in the shop. They're just getting lifts installed now, and they got 4,000 square feet that I think is going to be full in no time at all. They've got plenty of customer cars. That's not even an issue
Yeah.
for them. So they're doing a lot of great stuff for themselves. They're out in Dripping Springs, Texas. So it's I'm stoked for them that they did that because
Cash,
they
just
did.
call me. I can beat your other guy. Or is he over here? This guy?
Yeah, I'm stoked for them because they're gonna have a great time for themselves out there. Yeah, and then Pat says self-employed but small. Well,
Yeah.
sure doesn't feel like it, when you're doing your own thing. It's.
I think the best thing I did for my business was pick up another route and go every other week.
Yeah. Yep.
I really do. Yep. I have more customers and I work less.
I mean, it sounds like you really hit a good sweet spot there.
Yeah.
All right, and we all caught up on the. Yeah, and then Chris
Yeah,
Thompson
it
says
gets
$400 a quarter for tools.
That's nice.
Yeah, the Waste Connections guys get $100 per month in a voucher.
That's really nice. Yeah.
Here's the best deal ever, right? They get a voucher, and they hand me the voucher.
Mhm.
And I take the voucher. I run the company credit card for $100,
Okay.
and then I just commit those vouchers to their finance lady. Super easy. But every
That's
month,
really
you guys
easy.
give me $100 each, and it's
Yeah.
great business. I got lots of guys that decide, just run a credit balance.
Just run it. Yeah. Yeah.
run
Because
it.
they don't want it
No,
to go bad.
They
Yeah.
don't, because they've only got a few days to use it after they get it. I put on their account. A lot of guys are running a few hundreds of dollars in a credit. That way, they're all saved up for a bigger ticket item when they want it. It works out really well.
All right. They want to see some more tools. What do you got?
Oh, more tools. More tools. Yes, we have tools. All right. I don't know if this was a good decision, but we're going to find out. This is a rotary pump to get bulk liquid out of a barrel. And it's got the hand crank, spout, a couple of other attachments come in there.
Just for like a 55-gallon?
Yeah. So the shop that asked me to get it for them, there's broke. And they said, "What do you got?" And I looked and realized I had a whole lot more. And I don't know the difference from one rotary pump to another. They've got some that are like, this one's all cast. Then they have some that are all polymer. I don't know if that's better or worse. And they have ones that are really stupid expensive and ones that are normal priced. So I kind of eeny, meeny, miny mowed it.
Yeah.
And went with this, and we'll
I
see
don't
what
think
happens.
you went with the K tool.
I went with the K-tool one.
Yeah, I don't think you can go. You're not going to be able. You're not going to go wrong with that.
No, I don't think so. What if I do? I'll just swap it out for another one. It's not a huge deal. So I could have gone as much as hundreds of dollars, and I could have gone as cheap as like $30. And
Yeah.
I don't know. So I just kind of threw a dart, hit it in the middle, and they'll get this one on Monday. Hopefully, it works for them. There's that. All right, we're an hour and a half in. I can show you. I think we're going to scoot underneath. We're going to scoot underneath the radar of YouTube's algorithm. And if we don't, too bad. From Palmetto State Armory, AR-10 308 with a 20-inch barrel, 16-inch M-LOK handguard, retractable stock. We're safe because there's the plug for the action.
And that's air powered.
No.
No, it's air powered. It's electric.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
air
it's
goes
air
through
powered.
this. Air goes,
It's cordless.
air goes, it is a cordless, one of the best cordless tools.
It's the best cordless tool.
And so, because I'm an FFL dealer, so like, customers ask me to get guns all the
Yep.
time. And there's one guy, he just loves collecting guns, and he has a whole bunch of AR-15s. He wanted an AR-10 in 308, which is this guy here. And we were looking at different brands, and I'm a dealer for Palmetto State Armory. So he said, well, let's see what they got. And I'm looking on the website, and I saw one that he liked. And he said, okay, he said, let me get the money together and then go ahead and order it. The problem is the deal we saw was one of their daily deals. And if you've done any shopping on Palmetto State Armory, they have these daily deals, which are particularly good, but you have a day to make up your mind if you want it or not. So that day went, and so he gave me the money, and then I looked back on the site, I'm like, well, those aren't available. I said, but for $100 less,
Yeah.
there
you go.
So he's like, yeah, let's do that. So the price on this,
I like Chris's comment. It's a cordless long distance hole puncher.
that's
a
exactly
good one.
what it is.
That's how I have to describe them from now on. This way you don't get in trouble. It's a hole puncher.
Sammy's here. Hey, Sammy, how are you? He likes the after hours, but yeah, oh yeah, it's hot. We're steaming it up here bad. And this guy, when we look, this is like a Halloween special. $769. This cost at Palmetto State. So we got this for him. I got to drop that off with a bunch of ammo because I also got a new ammo order in. And ammo sells as fast as it comes in. I mean, talk about a tool that'll sell. What else we got? I think it's probably the most exciting stuff.
Have you sold the lock ring plier set from Lang?
Yes,
It's a nice set.
that is a very nice set. Very similar to the
I don't know if you can see the
K-Tool set, I think.
Yeah. It's the Lang set.
I don't know if Lang makes the K-Tool ones or not.
Probably. I mean, they make a lot for a lot of people.
Oh, that style. I have not sold
Yes.
that style. No, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the other ones. Those are really nice. Very beefy.
Yeah.
Oh, and JWC Tech is asking what's your best selling Koken?
I don't know. The reason why I don't know is I just got them. I just started carrying them like last week. And so far the best selling was a ratchet. So yeah, a ratchet.
Okay. You know what they make that I've only ever seen from Snap-on is these line sockets.
I have the sockets. I bought the sockets.
Okay.
With
And I have guys
with the D10 ball in them.
No, these are the ones that have hang on, let me find them. I'm going to show you a
Theo, that part number is a 1406.
There you go. These sockets here. These look familiar.
Oh, yeah.
I've only ever seen Snap-on with them. And I got lots of guys at Capital Metro working on the buses who need these.
Yep.
And I've only ever seen them with Snap-on. So as I started hunting around for them, I found cheapy sets on Amazon, which I don't know anything about them, so I really can't recommend them.
Yeah.
Or I've seen ones from Koken. So I started looking at Koken, and I think maybe I will pursue that a little bit with.
They're
with,
definitely from Koken. Those.
Yep. And they're the only other ones I know of that have them.
Yeah.
That's any good quality, you know. And I was stoked to at least find that out. Right now, I don't have access to them, but I'll see what Global Tool Network has. And I also don't know what the minimums are yet if I buy direct, but Koken will let me buy direct from them. I just don't know all that entails. But you can buy off of Koken's US website for whatever that's worth, but I don't know.
You don't know the pricing is yet. So,
yeah. So, I mean, I didn't sell them, but I was at least referring guys to their website to see if they, they want to buy them. At least I can give them a way to do it. Oh, Brian, you want you shop with MTN too?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think those guys they seem like pretty good guys. They
don't have a lot of stuff, but they got a lot of fast moving stuff.
Well, I think that they're starting out right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and they're starting out. Their shipment's only $100. Free shipping, $100.
That's a great
So every time I order from them, it's $1,000.
Yeah. And I mean that's normally what I would do anyway. Like when I put orders in, I usually just wait for $1,000.
Well, yeah. See, the problem is right now it takes. I think it's like 5 days for them to get stuff to me because where they're located, they're in Washington, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't use it to order stuff for guys because I might not get it in time. All depends. If it's the end of my week, I still have the following week because my every other week, but. If I have enough time, I'll order it from them. But if not, I'll just order it and then I'll get another one from them to stock. I'll just use them to stock the truck with it.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. And I keep meaning to start doing some business with them.
Yeah.
Because they seem like they're pretty sincere. I like what products they've decided to carry. I think if you're going to start the business like they do, they did it the right way. They got on board with the best brands that we know of, the stuff that they know is going to sell.
Yeah.
And they start out small, but they're pretty effective. As long as they can keep their service levels high, they should have no problems at all.
Yeah. Now, Brian, are you going to New Tools Expo? Kent Tools are great.
That's a good point. Baja, Klein Tools is a great 6-plug AC outlet box with USB-B and USB-C port. Magnetic, buy for 40, sell for 65. That's a good idea. That sounds like a pretty nice outlet box too. Brian says he's not going to the show.
Is Baja? Are you a distributor too? Because he posted a couple things, and I'm thinking, geez,
he's smarter than
the average bear.
Your average bear. He knows a few things. Here's something I like to keep around in the truck, but it never seems to last for very long. Titan has this 3-piece 11-inch hose grip plier set. They come with the round ends on the pliers.
I got the one that the guys really like are the double jointed ones though.
Those are really handy.
Yeah.
And I keep some of those in the truck, but I also keep some of these because you cannot beat the price on this set.
No.
And if you don't need the long, slender reach of the double jointed ones, these are way, way less money. So, I think that for these, and here's a secret with these too. Even if some guy just wants one of these, if I break it up and sell just one, then selling one almost covers my cost in the whole set. So I'm fine with I'm fine with breaking up the set and selling them individuals.
I try to find the tools from my backyard. He said it's.
Let's get caught up in the chat here.
Yes, ADT Tools warranty through Medco, yes, is a pain in the butt.
Yep.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Here's the biggest thing that's a pain in the butt. If you don't do a certain as dealers like Mark and I are, if you don't do a lot of business with a particular distributor like Medco, for example, getting warranties is a pain because they won't ship it if we don't have, like, they're going to charge us for shipping on that. Right? As it is, if we like regularly, like ISN's my biggest supplier. So if I put in a purchase order for $2,000 to them, and in that is, special orders, restock items, and stuff that I'm buying for warranty fulfillment, it all goes in the same order. It all ships. I've hit my order minimum, so I don't get charged for shipping. If I take a broken platinum wrench and I go to Medco with that, they're going to charge me to ship it to me.
Yeah. So you have to make another big order.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And I don't order the volume through them. Now, Mac was using Medco as their WD for a long time. That's changed now. Mac is using ISN, but for a while you could do it through Mac, because then Mac would do it through Medco, but that's changed now. And Chris says, good tools aren't cheap, but you get what you pay for on the truck. I hope that better be the case. Make sure you're getting enough value out of your tool truck guy to make it worth your while, because even the cheap tools are expensive. And when you buy off a tool truck, you better be getting the service and the convenience and everything else that makes it worth the money. If it's not, then have a talk with the tool guy about it or something, because that's the one thing he's got to do to justify, the costs and the expenses and everything else, because it's not a cheap business to run. But you have to do something really, really well, and that's got to be service. So yeah, make sure you get your money's worth for sure. Oh, Baja says, I work with Matco and Mac. I'm a bounty hunter for stolen boxes. I do R&D for my tool guys and return for tools. What? You have what sounds like the best career ever. That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So are you like an independent guy that has like a contract and arrangement with these other companies, or how do you do that? That's pretty cool. Pat says, my tools aren't expensive. Everyone else's are cheap. Well, Chris, I'm glad to hear your tool guys are great. It makes me sad. I mean, how many stories do you hear, Mark, about all the other tool guys? And there's always loads of complaints.
Yeah.
I learned a lot when I first started about what not to do, just based on the stories that people tell me.
Yes.
And it makes me sad, because this should be a very good industry, in that you should be able to get good deals with guys that are straight shooters and are honest. And the problem is that there's some guys that aren't, and they give a bad name to the business.
Usually most tool dealers, they're all, when they first start, it's all good.
Yeah.
And then what happens is as their business starts to slowly fail, they start to do shady things to try to keep their business running. One would be like collecting somebody's extended credit money and not applying it and keeping it for themselves, thinking I'll pay it back later. It just doesn't happen. And it's just a airplane slowly crashing.
And there's no good way out of it for them once they're in there. I've had guys tell me they've had tool guys throw stuff on their credit accounts that they didn't even know about.
Yeah.
And that's
money, because that's money they're getting from their corporate, from their franchise.
Yep. So they put on their company credit account, they get paid.
You can usually tell when a guy's having trouble, because he'll really start pushing toolboxes, because he can get that big influx of money if he sells a box.
Yeah.
If he sells a box, he can get a big influx of money. He can pay off his past due note, and then he can order stuff for guys that want stuff, and hopefully to be able to sell it to collect it. What they don't understand, though, is it doesn't it doesn't come back in that fast. So you order it to put it out there so you can collect it. But if you're that far behind, you just fall behind again. You catch up and you fall. You have to sell like 4 or 5 boxes right in a row to make it worth any type of dent.
Yeah, so I don't sell new boxes. I'll sell used stuff, but like I love selling toolboxes on consignment. I'll do that all the time. But as far as new boxes go, I sold a couple only.
Yeah.
From
I haven't, since I went independent, I haven't sold a box yet, and I don't need to.
You don't have to.
Yeah. And then when I was actually with the flag, when I sold a toolbox, I considered it bonus money. I didn't care if I sold a toolbox.
Yeah.
I did not care, because if I sold it, great. If I didn't, I don't care. I want to sell TP. I want to sell time payment. So
right.
Time payment is what keeps a tool guy going. The weekly payment. That's why it's important to pay your tool bill.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because you don't want a guy like Baja Automotive coming after your tools. Oh, he says, loves the tool business, working on cars. I'm a foreman for a Subaru dealership. Okay. I want better tools and service, so I got in the market of telling people what I want and how they suck. Sounds fair.
Brian, you shouldn't have gotten screwed if you had $30,000 in back order. If you're running, I know you're just gotten into the business. You're only a year and a half in, so you're still in the honeymoon phase. When you order tools, you got to make sure you already have the money, because that's what's going to happen. There's going to be a bunch of back orders that come off, and then if you don't have the money, now you're going to have problems, and you have to make sure all that stuff gets paid. Because if not, there's a chance you can go on hold, and you don't want to go on hold, because once you go on hold, then you can't get tools, and when you can't get tools, guys find you're not important then, because you can't get anything. So you don't want that to happen to you.
Yeah, so that's a tough way to be.
Mm-hmm. If you order it, make sure you have it. If you don't have it, don't order it. If you don't have the money, don't order it.
Or you can do things like, if somebody wants to buy a particularly big ticket item, work out some deal where they make a significant enough down payment that at least most of your costs are covered on that, so that you don't have to worry so much about running into an issue where you get behind on stuff. Because let's say, for example, they want to buy a scanner and it retails for $5,000. Let's say your cost is $3,000, and asking them to make a $3,000 down payment is a lot. But
it's a lot.
If you can say, hey man, if you can make a $1,500 down payment or whatever, it's a lot for people. But here's the advantage to you: they'll probably say no. That's okay, right? If it's you carrying that note yourself, and if you're already in a pretty tight financial constraint, it helps you out because it gives you that breathing room. Because now they're gonna say, no, I'm not gonna do it. Fine, it's good for you. But just don't lose touch with them then, and make sure that you can still try to help them with their day-to-day sockets, ratchets, wrenches, whatever, the small, plain vanilla stuff. I learned early on not to make a living selling big ticket items. I make a very good living selling the stuff that you see here, the ratchets, the wrenches. Good
night, Theo.
Oh, Theo's out?
Yeah.
Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in.
When it comes to scanners and stuff like that, what I usually tell my shop owners, usually it's shop owners who buy a scanner. Once in a while I get a guy, but usually if they're buying a big scanner, it's a shop, and I'll make them a great deal if they want to pay for it in full. A great deal.
Sure.
If they want to break it up, it's usually a quarter of it on delivery, and then 30, 60, 90 days, and then it's paid off. Their shop owner, they should be, if they can't swing that, not my problem.
No, dealing with the shop owners is very good for certain items.
Yes.
They always have different pay terms than everyone else does.
Yes.
Chris Chambers comes in. He says, good evening. What do you think of Capri thin wrenches and Capri open and offset wrench set? I'm not familiar with Capri myself. I can tell you what I've heard. I've seen a lot of their stuff reviewed on the Torque Test channel, and they're not particularly I think strong. They're not particularly hardened. They're a bargain tier wrench for sure. I think that they have a place in maybe homeowners toolboxes, but nothing that I would rely on every day in a professional environment where you might have to have higher torque applications for your wrenches, especially with thin ones. And here's why. With a thicker head on a wrench, you're getting more area of contact, larger surface area, and it's going to be stronger. On a thin wrench that's already going to be made by a company that's going to save money metallurgically with their wrenches, you're going to give something up there. And in the case of Capri wrenches, you give up some strength and some hardness in the metal. So I think they're fine for certain applications. I wouldn't recommend them though for daily professional grade use. But that's just me. I don't know, Mark, do you have an opinion on those?
Yeah, I have the Capri. I know nothing about. I don't carry them. I never even had one in my hand, so I couldn't tell you if it's a good wrench or not. I don't know. The wrenches I carry, I mean, I just started to carry the Vim ones.
Yeah.
I had, I think, V8.
Yes, they have a very good thin wrench set.
They had a very good thin wrench set.
Yeah.
Other than that's really about it. So
Peg brings up a good point here. He says that Capri fins are laser cut, not die cast, and I will show you why that's critical difference here. And thank you for bringing this up, Peg. Let's say you have a piece of metal. All metal has a grain structure to it, right? So you have a piece of metal here and you have longitudinal grain. Okay. And let's say you need to shape that into a wrench. You can laser cut it or CNC it, or you can forge it, right? And if you do, here's what it's going to look like if you forge it versus if you CNC or laser cut it. Excuse me while I draw this out for you.
It's okay.
All right. So here's what you start out with. If you forge it, you're bending the metal so that your grains bend along with the metal and you retain the strength of that grain structure. And in fact, you increase the strength of your grain structure because you're compressing the grains. If you cut it, you are cutting your grain structure. See, the grains are now interrupted to make room for the cuts that you made in the material. This is inherently weaker. This is inherently stronger. So when it comes down to strength, look for something that's forged as opposed to CNC or laser cut. Here's the difference of why they do it. It's a little less expensive to CNC something initially anyway. You can set up for a longer term production run. If you want to build in the US, good luck getting time on a US based forge or foundry for getting any of your products made, because it's very difficult to do that. But you can usually find a machine shop willing to bang out some CNC or laser cut some stuff for you. So there's a few things to consider there. I would always look for a forge tool that's going to have a higher torque application like a wrench, because it's just going to be stronger for you. That's just the metallurgy of it. Yeah, and then Baja says he uses Capri. Love the box wrench. Good enough. I mean, if they're good for your application,
yeah,
fine.
if it works for you,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Just overall, when you're talking about how something's made, that's going to factor into your decision making. If you say, well, I really have, if I just got light duty stuff at home or lube tech stuff or whatever, that might be fine for you. I mean, then save the money where you can, find the value where you can, because there's value there to be had for sure. I rarely, if ever, will tell anyone that a particular brand is junk, because I think that every tool has its application and every tool has its limits. If you use a tool beyond its limits, it's not going to work for you.
Every tool breaks.
Every tool absolutely breaks.
Every tool breaks.
If anyone knows that, it's a tool guy.
Yeah, every tool breaks. The object is to find the one that breaks the least.
Do you sell these at all, Mark? This is the 3-piece OTC hose pinch.
Not the 3-piece set.
Yeah, this is the 4510. There's a part number on this guy. Small, medium, and large.
That's a nice set.
This is a beautiful set. I used to put the plastic ones on the truck, and I used to have the ones that had the friction catch. These are ratcheting, so they always hold their position, and they're much heavier duty than I found the other ones to be. So this is basically the set I've gone to as a go-to.
That's a
And
good,
people seem
yeah, that's a
perfectly
good
happy with
set.
Yeah.
I sometimes have, I think it's the gear wrench ones I carry. And then, of course, the plastic ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an impact grade bit set from Irwin. This is the 16-piece set that's got 3.5-inch and 6-inch Phillips and Torx bits in it. It has some
Now-
socket adapters, a couple of extensions.
Do you have a hard time getting replacements for that?
Yep. I think
Okay.
that Irwin, the one bad thing Irwin does is their numbering or the part numbering system on their bits.
It's very hard to find parts.
It's impossible to find the right ones. It always takes me like, I don't know, way longer than it should.
Yeah.
To find
2 or 3
the-
tries before you get the right one.
Oh God. And so I'll order, sometimes I'll order a few just because I don't know which one it is.
Yep.
Because the pictures they never seem to be with the part number.
Never. And then it takes a while just to get it.
I know. Chris, so the price on the hose clamp plier set, let me look that up for you because I know the prices just went up on those. Give me a sec while I look this up. $115 when they're not on sale on the flyer. So that's I've seen them go down as low as $90 lately. So between there, it'll fluctuate depending on what promotions are going on. And then Chris says, thanks for the info. The thin wrenches for hydraulic lines. Would you consider angle wrenches too? Same size on both ends, but with
And
a
what
60-degree angle on one and a 30-degree on the other.
And what's those other ones that are just a wrench on one end and are just a short
The service wrenches.
service wrenches?
Yeah.
What they
The V8 has a really good sound on those too.
yeah.
I think they've got good angle wrenches as well as the service wrenches.
Yeah. Service wrenches.
Yeah, Steelman bits are always very. I'm a big fan of Steelman. They make a lot of stuff for a lot of other brands too. They make pliers and things from Mac.
Mm-hmm.
Their parent company is JS Tools or JS Products rather. So if you'll see stuff from JS Products, that's really the company that owns Steelman.
That's another company too. It's hard to find single pieces.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Baja says for hydraulic, look at the Joker wrenches. Those are the Wera, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
Joker.
Are they the thin ones too?
I've not seen the thin ones, but I've seen the regular ones or combination wrenches. But they do have good brands. They have
You
that
also-
brand
you-
does have good stuff too.
You also have to remember, guys, when being a tool truck, there are tons of wrenches. Different people make different wrenches, different companies. But as much as we would like to carry them all, the next problem comes in is warrantying it, because then you got to start carrying singles of all these kits.
Yeah.
So when I roll up, I can warranty something easy. Now, if I carry 5 different manufacturers of different wrenches, now I got all these other wrenches I got to stock for just warranty purposes. That's
It
where it
is-
starts to get harder, and you only have so much room.
You only have so much room, only so much money too that we can afford to put
Yes.
into inventory. Because when you do that, when you stock stuff just from warranty, that's pretty much a sunk cost. You're not going to get your money back on that.
No, yeah,
Right. So I bought it, but I can't sell. Well, I can't sell it,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to sell it. Right.
yeah. I mean, if it sells, it sells, but you still
Right,
got to
yeah.
buy another one. Yeah,
That's true. I mean, I got a whole section. I got a whole mag rail section on my shelves, which is just 10mm stuff.
mm-hmm.
Right. Because I know that's just why I have to have that at the ready.
Got to have it.
But you have to have your combination wrench. Then you have to have your reversible combination wrench. Then you have to have your flex head combination wrench. So I need to stock 3
Metric
wrenches.
standard.
Metric standard, right?
Yeah, long, short, double boxed, flex double box.
And sockets are the same way. All right, I got my
Sockets are the same way.
shallows, my semi deeps,
Yeah.
and my quarter, my 3/8 drive, right? So you have to put money into a bunch of stuff, anticipating never selling it. Rather, you just have it there just to swap stuff out,
Just in case.
and that's
Yeah.
That's the reality of.
And that's the reality. That's why, I mean, it took me like the Koken. I wasn't going to carry that. I was just going to stick with the gear wrench and some of the Vim stuff, And then I was like, all right, because Vim ratchets I have. They're, you replace the head when it breaks, so it doesn't cost much to keep a bunch of heads in stock.
Right. I mean, you should see. When it comes to gear wrench, right? I've got in 84 tooth, 90 tooth, 120 tooth, 4/4, 3/8, and 1/2 inch drive.
Yeah.
And I've got at least 3 of each size.
Each one. Yeah.
All the time, right? You have to.
Yeah.
Because,
now, like the 120, I just swap them out.
Which one?
The 120, I don't rebuild them.
Oh, just a whole ratchet?
I get two, because you know what I'm talking about.
Don't talk about the 1/4 inch ones. They really make me mad.
So right on out. Here's the new one. Get off my truck.
It's bad. I got carpal tunnel syndrome, so I can't. My fingers don't go together the way that like normal people do. So I can't grip things very well. I have no sensation at all in my fingertips, so I can't tell if I'm holding something sometimes. So you're working with those tiny little pieces, especially those double pawls. You got to stack them on against each other. I can't. There's always some surface tension on those two where they always stick together.
Something stupid.
It's something dumb. Always takes me way longer than it looks like it should to build a ratchet. On the basis the gear wrench bolt biter 10s and 10 minuses. I have really become a fan of their bolt biter product offerings.
Them too.
Yeah.
But it's really funny what he's saying, about the bolt biters. I haven't really warranted many.
I think I warranted one.
Yeah. I haven't warranted hardly any.
Yeah.
It's not like, I don't know. I don't know if my guy, they're buying them. I hope they're using them, but if they're not.
I know it's straight. I'll every now and then, if I remember to follow up with somebody, I'll say, hey, how's that bolt biter set working out for you?
And then they're going, oh, yeah, here, we warranted this whole set. You'd be like, damn it.
I shouldn't have said anything. But I like following up to see what's been going on, to see what people's experiences are. Because you're really going to know people's true opinions over time. Yeah. Like you can sell something one day and then see them next week and they'll tell you it's great, but they really haven't used it much. They use it 1 or 2 times. But what's it like when you've put it through dozens of duty cycles? How's it holding up? And I really like that kind of feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Baja says that the Joker is not good for auto, but good for heavy-duty trucks, garbage trucks, plumbers, aircraft. They have a nice auto-adjusting wrench that ratchets. Oh. I am not that familiar with their stuff, but the stuff I've read about them has been very positive. I've never really heard anything bad about them. And in fact, somebody, forgive me if he's on. If you're on here, if you're on the chat right now and I don't remember, I apologize. But somebody ordered one of the Joker wrenches from me, and I could get them through ISN. They took a long time to come in because they were a special order item. But I got one in for the first time I saw it in real life. I was pretty impressed with how it was built.
Yeah.
It was, I thought they had good stuff. I've heard very good things about them, but I don't really sell them. And Pat Paulson says he has about 5 of each ratchet rebuild kit. Yeah,
you gotta have it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to admit though that of all the ratchets that I see, I think that Snap-ons are very easy to rebuild.
The gear wrench are easy.
The newer ones. They have an old model, which is they still make kits for it, and I actually got it. A guy gave me he came to me with this ancient looking ratchet, and he said, it broke years ago. He says, "Is there anything you can do for me?" I'm like, I have no idea. I said, but this looks like a Snap-on ratchet. One of their like older designs. There was no brand on this ratchet at all, and I remembered helping a guy with a ratchet years ago, and it was this old design where to remove the selector went up through the switch went up through the selector and then it pinged over.
Mm-hmm.
So you couldn't unscrew it. You had to break it out of there.
You had to break it.
Weird design, right? But this reminded me of that. And I said, I wonder if years ago this is one that Snap-on made for somebody else. So I got the model number of the old ratchet. I called Snap-on, ordered the kit. They sent it, and sure enough, man, I dropped that thing right in that ratchet for this guy.
Yeah.
And he had this no-name ratchet that he's had forever that his father gave him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sure enough, it was a Snap-on build from years ago. And Pat says that the 1/4-inch kits are kind of cool. Everything's held in place with a magnet. What kind of sorcery is
neat.
that? I got to see one of these.
Pat, do a video.
Yeah.
Do a video. You repairing that thing.
That I got to see. Then Brian says he goes in streaks where he doesn't have to repair any. Then 1 week, that's all I do. Yeah, tell me about it. I was feeling kind of weird about all the ratchet kits that I had on the truck. I'm like, man, I got a lot of kits. And then 1 week, I blasted through half of them for some reason. Yeah, gone.
Yeah, I mean, I use a lot of the 84 teeth. I rebuild the Mako ratchets with them.
Yeah, that's what I do too. Yeah. Just pop them in and
the guys break. Can you fix this? Yeah, I can fix it. You're gonna lose 4 teeth. Do you care?
I challenge you to feel the difference.
Yeah, you're gonna lose 4 teeth.
Here's a handy little one. Caliper hangers. This one's from Lyle. You can get these from Mueller Cupes or a couple of other brands.
Yeah, I carry those, and I carry the Mueller ones. Yep.
Yeah. They have nicer colors than the Mueller ones.
Yeah, Mueller. Yeah, the guys like the bright colors so they don't lose them.
Well, I mean, you hang that off a caliper. Good luck seeing it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they'll unhook it and they'll leave it hanging there off the spring. No wonder what that noise is as they're driving down the street.
Oh. The most important product of all.
Beef jerky.
Beef jerky.
#1 seller.
#1. It is. I got a kick out of the video that you did about your best-selling tools.
Yep.
I'm sitting there going, beef jerky's #1. Beef jerky's #1. I'm like, yep.
The guys that watch my video on my route, we're like, it's beef jerky. I know it's beef jerky. He's always out. That's why it has to be beef jerky.
I hope Sammy is still in the chat. Sammy was in the chat a while ago. He may have ducked out, but he works in the AC section of Capital Metro. Right, so all he does is AC work on buses. And Sammy and I have known each other for a long time, and he's a terrific guy, great customer. I love him a lot. He's one of these guys that's just your highlight of the week, And every time he's on the truck, he always gets a bag of jerky and 4 or 5 little 2-ounce bags of trail mix, every time. And a guy who was fairly new to the shop was asking me one night. He says, "I'm thinking about going into the AC shop to work there because they have to be assigned where they work."
Yeah.
Right. So, a guy who's in general repair has to take a test and get certified, and then he can apply to work in the AC shop or their heavy repair or the electronics or whatever it is, right? So he said to me, "I don't know what I need for tools, though. Can you do me a favor? Can you look up what Sammy's purchased?"
It's all beef jerky.
I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I go to the computer, it's all jerky and trim. I'm like, "Wow, when's the last time Sammy bought tools?"
Keep on scrolling through it.
I'm like, "I just bought a lot of jerky and trail mix."
Yeah.
But he recently just bought a tool cart from me. I had was it a Mako? I forget what one I had. I think I had a Mako tool cart that he bought. I love dealing with used toolboxes and carts. And that one was part of I sold something on consignment for a guy. And then the guy who bought the box I had as a trade gave me that cart. And then I put the cart on the truck and Sammy saw it and he wanted it. So I love dealing with that stuff because it never lasts long on the truck at all.
My toolbox holes are about to get. I've been talking to one of my customers and I'm building shelves. So
Okay.
More shelves.
The only reason I don't do that is because I will fill that space up with the adjustable work tables.
Yeah, well, I'm going to keep the one in the back, kind of, but I'll stack them underneath. I'll just build one and I'll stack the rest underneath.
Yeah.
On the bottom. That's because the bottom shelf will still be the floor. You know what I mean? I'm not going to build like drawers. I'm just going to leave the floor and then move a shelf, and then I'll just have it. So I'll slide in those work carts underneath. I'll build one. I'll be like, here's one. And if you want to save $10, take one of those.
And Brian says he does giveaway with beef jerky. It's a terrific giveaway item.
It's a great giveaway.
Yeah. I'll do stuff like, actually, a really good example is on this gold medal Snap-on box that I have. I'm doing the fundraiser with. Sammy helped me clean that out because it was owned by a guy that Sammy used to work with in the AC department. And so he, I went there while it was before I took the box on the truck, cleaned it all out. Sammy was very helpful, helped me out with that, after his shift was over. And I was really grateful. So what do? Take some jerky and trail mix, man. You've earned it. It's the least I could do, is throw a little love at you for helping me out. Yeah, do the giveaways with those. Brian also says that boxes don't last a week. No, a used box, if I have it on there by the end of the week, it's a rarity. I think there's only one time I had a classic 78, a Snap-on Classic 78 that I had for a couple of months. I have no idea why.
Yeah,
people were not.
Just wasn't time.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, it's gone.
It's gone.
Something else in it's gone. Something else is gone. It goes in cycles, I think.
Yeah, beef jerky is a good tip for guys.
Oh yeah.
I have one shop. I have a shop that does all my work, and I drop it off. I don't lock it up. It's all open. I just tell the guys, if you take anything, write it down. And when I and I'll come back and there'll be 3 bags of beef jerky. We're like, all right. Yeah.
Pay says vintage Matco boxes are nice, especially when they've been repainted. The best boxes, I think, are boxes that were built in the late 90s, early 2000s. I love this. The Snap-on boxes, the Mac Maximizer boxes from that era were fantastic. And I think Matco's always had a really good, like their 4S, 5S offerings have always been solid boxes. And I think that, as
when I was a tech, that's what there it is right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's my box from when I was a tech. And that was 90s. Yeah. Early 90s. But those problem with these boxes were they would rust at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Matco had a rusting problem at the bottom. And that was also the time when they painted their boxes, they didn't paint them all the way through or not powder coat them.
Oh, so like if you look on the back, like inside,
you could see, different areas. And now they've finally fixed all that problem, but that's how it was back. But that one's held up. And that one I bought on truck. That was a TP purchase when I bought it from my tool guy.
Oh, wow.
I told him, I'm not paying interest. So you can sell it to me on the truck or you don't sell it to me at all. Yeah. He told me $50 a week. I said, okay.
Yeah, it's great when you have that kind of relationship. I sold a Matco 6S box. Beautiful, beautiful box. And like an idiot, when I first saw it, I undervalued this thing, right? So it was a consignment sale. The guy says, how much, I said, how much you want for it? Guy's like, I don't know. How much you give me for it? So I'm looking at it. I'm coming up with an idea in my head, but I really didn't know the value of the 6S boxes. But a buddy of mine's a Matco dealer, and I usually run into him on Thursdays. So I left that shop on a Thursday and then drove down to the next shop, and my Matco buddy was there. I said, hey, I got this, got this box here that I'm thinking of taking on. I said, but I don't know how much I'd ask for it. Without skipping a beat, and he didn't even see the box yet. He said, oh, you get $4,500 for that box.
Yeah.
I said, I can? He goes, yeah. He says, you could get 6. He goes, but if you want to move it fast, you could do it for 45. I'm like, really? And I don't know. For some reason in my head, I had a lower number. So I took his word for it and put on the truck, and sure enough, $4,500. But the great thing about that was the guy I sold it to, he and I have known each other a long time. He's one of these guys that you love doing business with him because
Yeah.
he's so good. It's such a great customer, such a great guy. So what I'll do for something like that is I'll keep it on the truck account, but I'll say, here's what we're going to do. Here's the price. I can't finance it for more than a year. So between your down payment and what you can afford a week, we have 12 months.
Yep.
You know,
You
give me some
divide it up.
numbers, right?
Yeah.
Whatever numbers he gives me is usually going to work for me, right?
Mhm.
That way he can keep it within his budget. So he did that and it worked out really well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, I don't know, some may say the internet's most dynamic personality joining us from Austin, Texas. Please welcome Cass
Oh,
Nichols
geez.
from Speed Wrench. Hello.
Buenos
Cass.
noches, amigos.
Aren't-
¿Cómo están?
Oh,
Aren't you a small business owner? Shouldn't you be working?
Yeah. It's 11:30 at night. I am.
You should be working.
oh, you're taking a break then? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm on dinner.
You don't break.
Yeah, very short one, unfortunately.
How
No,
was
that's
your
what
day?
Saturdays and Sundays are for. I get to work on those days too.
Oh, okay.
No,
How'd your day go
Sunday I
today?
got to restock the truck.
Yeah. But no, that's good. I'm having fun. See, it's finally cool enough I can come out into my garage again.
I know.
You know, this place has
Yes.
missed me.
I've shot
Hey,
more
can
than
we
one
shit-
video
can we
out here
shit
in my
on-
garage.
Can we shit on other tool salesmen?
What's that?
Can we shit on other tool salesmen for a few minutes?
Sure.
All right. So I wonder if I should obscure this brand here, but this is a tool detailer that leaked out of the bottom of this bottle all over my work surface here. Now I got this crap all over there. So
What, did the bottle break?
I don't know.
Did it
Obviously
freeze in
something
Texas?
happened. No, it doesn't ever freeze here. Well, when it does, they shut the world knows about it. So
Yeah, we've gone a couple of years, but it's happened pretty bad 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Well,
no, I got this mobile tool or not a mobile tool. I got this tool detailer shit all over my workbench.
Huh.
It's a mess.
Smells
Figure
good,
the
right?
bottle. I don't know. I can't smell anything out here. It smells like a workshop. It's man stuff. We got tools behind me, guns to the right, and cool shit on the wall over here. I can't.
No, we
smell.
call them long distance hole punchers.
Long distance hole punchers. Well, I made a comment in Lindsay's deal. You can find that gun at the corner and fuck around and find out.
oh,
There goes the neighborhood, folks.
here it is. Yep. Pat says so. Just went downhill.
Yep.
Nothing good comes of it
can't
now.
hear them. So what's going on, Lindsay? Mark, how are you? I haven't talked to you in a while. How are you doing?
Yes. Well,
I'm okay. Well, actually, I'm going to be taking 2 months off probably
Why is that?
in January and February. I'm going to get a bionic knee,
good
Oh,
for
man.
you, man.
so I don't have to hop around anymore.
Oh,
Well,
Good for
I
you.
hope everything goes well and you.
Oh, I hope so,
recovery,
too. They're like, well, when do you want to do it? I'm like, it snows in like January and February. That's when I want to do it
Take the absolute coldest months off
because I hate snow. So
Well, I hate to
I'm
tell
a-
you this, but you're
I'm
kinda
a
in the
fair
wrong
weather
state
tool man,
if
and
you
all
don't
my
like
guys
snow.
know it too.
Well, move to Texas. You'll hate heat right away.
Yeah.
You'll be like, hey, the snow, we can move somewhere where it's kind of in between.
Oh.
Lindsay, how's your how's your week going? I know you got a vacation this week.
Vacation.
A
Yeah. Well, now that I'm
staycation.
mostly over, I've just been popping cough drops to keep from coughing at everyone tonight. But
Oh, that's how I get started. Cough drops are like a gateway drug. Before you know it, you'll be sipping the NyQuil.
I
You
know.
don't watch out for that.
So, Lindsay, do you get this flyer?
no, I don't.
Okay. I want to show you guys this. This is kind of on the front. They have the Milwaukee Riveter. I don't know if you can see the price.
Is that the one that goes to 1/4 inch?
Yep.
Yikes! Yep, that's the one.
Every-
What's the price on? I'm riveted by it.
$1,500.
$1,500.
Whew.
$1,500. I mean, that's a
What's
lot of
that?
rivet.
I mean, like, I don't know that.
I'd rather get the long distance hole puncture.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I could get a couple for
You got
that.
a couple for that. Jeez.
But who said somebody goes that was bare tool only, which I thought was funny.
No, this is
No, on the hole puncher.
Oh, the hole puncher. Yeah, that's bare tool
somebody made
only.
a comment, it's bare tool only.
Bare tool only. Yeah, for the hole puncher.
Yeah.
Now that was for a battery, one battery, and a charger.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, some of their stuff, it's funny because Milwaukee will have good prices on certain tools, and then some of them are just like, whew. I mean, they're out there.
They are. They blow me away sometimes. And there's a break even. Like their new ratchets are just hitting the limit of what people are willing to pay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of guys that won't buy them from me, but then there's some guys who will. And so I don't mess around with the price too much because it's right in that spot where.
And then here's another thing that I saw in this flyer. I don't know what you're selling right now. Probably actually, it's funny because I think I'll end up getting some K-Tool ones.
What's that?
Some jacks.
Oh, don't talk to me about jacks. Oh, I can't find a jack for under $500 now.
519. What do we got here? 619, 719.
That
Jacks are
sounds
like
about the same as what I'm
outrageously
fighting for.
crazy.
Yeah, I know. If I have to get a jack, it'll be the K-Tool one.
Well, who makes it though? Do you know?
I think Professional Tool.
That's PTP, right?
Yeah. Either them. I know Sonix used to. They've been back and forth with their contracts on those.
Yeah. I mean, I really like the Sunex jacks.
I do too. The jacks are great, and the K-Tool jacks are good. Cass bought a Monster brand one for me. That's a Professional Tool.
I'm holding on to the handle that said
there it
Monster Jack right now.
Now now who made that one?
Professional
Monster.
Tool.
PTP made that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
It works
3.5
good.
ton?
I like it. The only thing I had to replace the pump on it like after the first winter. Like it got real cold one day.
Yeah.
Or we had like a cold snap and then the
What's real cold? 60?
No, like it was like below freezing. 60. Hey, that's gonna be our high next weekend. You want to see? You want to see like the grocery stores running out of food?
You know what's funny? The only time I went to
60
there was an expo down there. I think it was in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
And the week we had our expo down there, when I went down there, it snowed. It actually snowed. It was the coldest. It was the coldest that those 3 days we were down there. It was the coldest time we were ever down there.
Was that 2 years ago?
What's that?
Was that 2 years ago?
No, it's been longer than that.
Oh,
it's been longer than that. It was a while back. It was
2 years ago.
Yeah, I remember now. It snowed. I couldn't believe it. I was like, it's snowing down here.
It iced like 3 days in a row, and then it snowed like a foot at one night, and then we had like several other. Yeah, no, it was shit. It was here for a week.
Wow.
It like crippled the state. I had to go to Colorado to warm up. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was rough. Let's get caught up in the chat. Power Stroke
right.
Jude has joined the conversation.
Hey, Jude.
Good to see you, Jude. Baja says the Milwaukee River Gun's great for HVAC work.
Oh, wrong channel.
All right, for all the body push Astro or the Harbor Freight ones. Good suggestion. Yeah, and then Brian says, I thought Mako was expensive for the River Gun. I don't understand Milwaukee's pricing on their quarter-inch. And that's their quarter-inch, right? They have a different Rivet Gun. Which is,
it's cheaper.
Yeah, way cheap. It's like $500, and that doesn't do quarter-inch, but it does. That's this guy here. I don't know if you can see. Where is it? Hold on. I can't. Still on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Where? What?
Right there.
There it is.
Go up.
Right. Oh no.
Yes, I see it. But I can't see the price.
Oh, this is a different flyer. So it's a few $100 less, but they have this one here.
Yeah.
That doesn't do quarter-inch. But
how much is that one?
Quarter-inch. But I don't know too many automotive guys who do. And then they had a torque wrench out now for a little while. That's insanely expensive. I don't know anyone who owns it.
Well, the torque wrench doesn't go high enough.
That's right. It doesn't. So I don't really know what the market is for that one. And then Chris Thompson says like the 1-inch impact gun. Yeah, they have 3 versions of their cordless 1-inch impact guns now. They're all pricey. I know a few people who have them, but not a ton of guys. And then Brian says he doesn't have a jack in the truck. I haven't had a jack in the truck in I don't know how long.
Yeah, either have I. Most of my guys go to Harbor Freight and they get the jack.
You know, there's our local auto parts store. They have a jack available right now. It's like a 3 or 3.5 ton jack, and it's like $300. I think it actually went on sale,
which is a good price.
It's like $299, and it looks just like it's not. How to compare it to something? I mean, it's like a dual piston jack. It's not like your average run of the mill.
It's a Sunex. Looks like a Sunex, probably.
Yeah, similar. But it's like like I think it started at $319, and now they're down to $299 on it. And so I was thinking, I'm like, man, I should go buy like as many of them as I can. But when you open your own business, you're like, okay, we need to keep the lights on first. Yeah. Well, no, I probably have 4, but it's time to probably start upgrading soon.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and the last time I sold a jack was to guys that own a break and alignment shop. They realign jacks every single day.
Yeah.
And they're asking about the jacks. I'm like, guys, I would recommend that you go someplace else for the jacks. I said, we know but is we don't want to rely on the Harbor Freight jacks for every day. I mean, because they really abuse their jacks. He said, we don't rely on their stuff every day. Like we want to rely on your stuff. I'm like, fine. I said, and I could give them a price break because I could get them too. So I took some money off, but they're still like $900 for 2 jacks. And they were the K-Tool 3.5 ton, low profile jacks.
Yeah.
Now the only thing that makes me feel any better about it is that they put a 2-year warranty on them. And they're very easy to handle under warranty. So if there's ever a problem with the mechanicals or the hydraulics, very easy swap.
So do you swap out the hydraulic part?
They give you the whole power unit.
Yeah, the whole unit.
Yeah.
Do you put it in?
Yeah, very simple to do.
You put it in now.
Yep.
I won't
put them in.
Lindsay made
I won't put them in.
Do mine myself.
What?
I'll hand it to him. I'll hand the guy to him and say, "Give me the old one next week." I won't put it in because if something goes wrong, it's on them.
It was cold outside, and he was like, here you go. I'll see you next week.
If I recall properly, and I might be we're going back a ways. I thought I gave you the option. I will do it for you, or you can do it yourself if you want.
I thought you just said do it yourself.
No,
maybe it's some selective memory I have.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to be without a jack for a week.
Well, it's not like I don't have like 3 or 4 others. I mean,
I know.
We're not without, usually when the jacks get really bad, they find their way to the scrap bin. Like when I think they're unsafe, I'm just like, all right, we're not gonna mess around with this. Let's get going. Hey, we bought a couple jacks from Northern Tool a few years ago, and they're like they look like the Daytona jack. I mean, I'm not gonna BS anybody, but they're good jacks. I mean, they work well. So.
Yeah. Well, we're all in good company because Pat hasn't had any jacks on his truck in over a year.
Yep.
Yeah, they're extremely expensive because if you don't know, if anyone out there doesn't know, Pat's a snappy dealer. They're expensive. They're
expensive.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one's got an inexpensive jack now. It used to be back in the good old days, not that long ago. I'd buy like half a dozen of them. That was a pallet's worth, and they give me a pretty decent price break on them. So I'd line them up in the truck, and in a week or two they're all gone. And it was selling a jack was easy back when you could ask $295 for a jack.
Yep.
And a 2-year warranty. It was great. But now those days are behind us.
That was funny because remember when I got this monster jack, I think I traded you like a small toolbox for it or something. We had like some like crazy deal like that. And that was such a good deal for me at the time because I was like transitioning from working for a place I've been at for 20 years to working for myself. And then I was like, well, Lindsay, I kind of use a little break here, bud. How about you trade me this jack with this toolbox? And you can see the wheel spinning in Lindsay's head. He's like, aha, yes, that's a good idea. No, actually, I think we agreed upon it. I had this toolbox I wanted to get rid of, and I really wanted the jack. And he's like, well, I could offer you cash today or truck credit. And I was like, well, what's that truck credit? Being that it's more than the cash you're offering, can I get a jack? And you're like, aha, yes, you can.
That's the cool thing about doing either consignments or buying stuff outright. I'll offer people, here's cash, or for a percentage more, I can give you a truck credit. And then it's up to somebody, whatever you want to do. You want cash in your hand? Awesome. If you want a truck credit for a little bit more than that, I think it's like 10 to 15% more. I'll offer that. That way, it's worth more to them, but truck credit costs me less because it factors in my profit margin. So, no matter what, you can't lose if you're me or the customer. So, I just leave that up to the customer to choose, and you make the deal that's best for him.
Yeah, I mean, like for the most part, when I sell stuff, it's like because I'm gonna buy stuff from you. But I like paying outright. You know, like I hate making payments. It sucks.
Yeah.
So if I can get some truck credit or even have some lingering truck credit, that's the way to go. Because then I'm like, it's like money in the bank.
Oh yeah. Baja says the best way to push jacks is when there's a deal. Walk to the boss and say, "I'll give you X amount for each jack, no matter the condition." Then take them to the recycling yard for scrap and buy a pizza.
It's too much work. That thing's heavy. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, you could do that. That is taking stuff in on trade. Jacks,
That's something my Snap-on guy would do. He would have gone and he would have been like, "I want to buy these jacks from you and sell you these jacks." And then you would have seen him over by the scrap bin just unloading those things into the truck. Maybe getting the shop porter to help him. He's like,
yeah.
Our Snap-on guy's a pretty good guy. I mean, he's not terrible. But we're getting a new one. So, have you met the new Snap-on guy yet, Lindsay?
No.
Have you ever seen the movie The Other Guys?
Yes.
He looks like Bob from The Other Guys.
Oh, that's.
I mean, he could pass from Bob for The Other Guys. He's kind of mean. He's a nice guy. You'll like him.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I like meeting the other two guys.
You and Mike get along fairly well. So.
Oh yeah, Mike and I get along great.
Yeah, he's selling his route to Bill or Bob, however you want to call him, and he's moving up so that him and his wife moved up closer to their kids and their grandkids.
Oh, Mike did.
So yeah, so he's taking a route on that part of town. But he thought the commute was going to be too much. And he goes, "Well, if I didn't know the commute wasn't that bad, I would have just kept my route." But,
oh, well, good for him. I hope it's a step in the right direction. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us from the left coast in beautiful, sunny California. Please welcome Power Stroke Jude.
Hey.
What's up, everyone?
long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a while.
What's up, dude?
What's up, Mark? How are you, man? I think it's the first time I've been on a live with you.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I've
good.
been on live twice now. It's been with Lindsay.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I just got.
First time I was in my truck in the middle of the summer, and the internet was cutting in and out.
Oh, I do remember that. That's right. I remember that day.
Sunday morning.
That's right. It was a Sunday morning.
Yep.
Yep.
Now I'm on now, so I probably won't put a video out this week.
You gotta share this one, make this one your video.
Hey, I got to tell you, Mark, you made the Sunday rotation, man. For the better part of 2 years, it's been Lindsay and Project Farm on Sunday mornings, and I've noticed you've got one on Sunday mornings now. So you made the rotation.
Yeah, well,
man.
and then I moved it to Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's right. So maybe I see it in the afternoons. Then maybe
Yeah.
it's watching you.
I did the last two in the afternoon. I'm trying to see where a better time to post it. And it seems like the afternoon I get more views, like around 6 o'clock. If I post, it's like everybody's eating dinner or getting ready for dinner or something, and then they start watching it.
I wrung my brain trying to think about analytics. I think I told Lindsay and Cassis before, but I would think, what's the best time? I'll upload it Monday through Friday, like at 2 o'clock my time, because it's like 5 o'clock East Coast. Everybody gets up, they're getting ready for work. Everyone watches one video on the crapper before they take a shower. and maybe I can get that view.
Well, every time you go live stream, it's always too late. I'm already right now it's almost 1 o'clock. I'm about to fall asleep.
Jude, you're the shit.
And what was funny was I was sitting on the couch and I had my headphones on, and of course I fell asleep. And I woke up and there's Lindsay talking to me.
Oh, thank you, Brian. Appreciate
that. He's
man.
on. Yeah, I like your tool truck videos too.
They are very handy.
Yeah, I like. Yeah.
I really get a lot of value in the videos that you do, Jude and Mark, when you do your tool haul and tool truck tours. I love seeing what other people are carrying.
Yes,
and
I
getting
do that
people's
all the
takes on it.
time.
It really helps me, make decisions on what I'm going to carry too. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Well,
picked up several extra tools. I'm like, all right, well, if he had it, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done the same thing with Theo from Country Mile Garage.
Yeah.
He did another one today. He had this really nice set of Nipex snap ring pliers. And, I picked up a few things from him in the past. These cool little, more gadgety tools than anything, but still there's enough of a novelty value there. People like them. They've been buying them.
Yeah.
And I pick up what I can from whoever's willing to share the
Yeah,
information.
I bought that flexible mirror from you.
Yeah, I got 5 of them, and I still have 5 of them.
Yeah, I used it once, and it's sitting in the drawer. I put it in.
They
I
haven't
saw it
gone
today.
nowhere.
I was like, hey, look at that.
That's what I said. I was like, oh, they look like something new. I'll try that too. I mean, Lindsay had it.
I'm going to try it, right?
Yeah, maybe I'll send them to you.
If I remember, I owned it
You
today,
got to get a utility spork, Mark. And I heard that thing's like it flies off the truck.
The KT Spork.
On the spork.
Utility spork.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of customers. One guy bought one, then other guys bought them. They call them a tactical spork.
Or tactical. Maybe I said utility. I mean tactical. Yeah, tactical.
Yeah.
According to his long walks on the beach that he likes. Sporking's one of his favorite tools.
So
I
Lindsay,
didn't brag about that article for a reason.
Lindsay, when you're at Popeyes eating red beans and rice, do you whip out the spork there, and you're just like,
What magazine was that?
This is
Is that like a monthly tool flyer?
it's called Professional Distributor.
Oh man, I gotta get one of them.
Yeah.
It's a
can we,
trade. It's
can
a
we,
trade
can we
magazine.
get
Been
a
around a long
signed
time.
copy, Lindsay?
So
Yeah, signed copy.
Do you have a copy? That's the next
do
one.
they-
No, I didn't bother to ask for. They'd send me a hard copy if I wanted, but
That is cool, man. That's really cool.
look at this, man. Look at that. Look at that.
Satisfying his customers.
Oh boy. You can almost hear the music playing.
I have to ask my customers if that's true, though. I noticed they didn't interview any of my customers for this spot.
Hey, so
I like how Pat says, please don't
When
show
I
the
was in the
centerfold.
magazine, it was selling himself first.
So last week, Lindsay's on Iron Resurrection. This week, he's in a magazine article. Next week, he might be on the back of the milk carton. You just never know where you're going to find him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Iron Resurrection shoots at the shop that I service, Martin
That's
Brothers
funny.
Customs, and apparently my truck was in a shot that they
I
had.
watched 2 whole episodes of this show, like of all time. And so I'm like watching the other night. I'm like, holy shit, there's Lindsay's truck. It's right there. I shouldn't be shocked. They're like right down the street from us. So it's not like a big surprise.
I've never seen the show, so I don't know.
You just lived it a couple times.
Brian,
Yeah.
I'm taking it. Brian Stewart's a tool dealer as well.
He is. He's a Mako dealer in. Oh shoot, he said it was
Wisconsin.
Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Okay, cool.
I think Minnesota.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a couple of years, and
Hey, Pat said, please don't show the centerfold on that
Yeah,
magazine.
that was
there,
funny.
Mark.
or do you want to see it,
Yeah.
you dirty
It's
boy?
gonna- Although I gotta say hi to a couple people. Joe Mama, yes, it does suck working for somebody else. I'll tell you that. And JWC Tech, what's going on?
What's up,
Anybody else I
Jason?
missed along the way?
Wisconsin. Okay.
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Highest selling item is beef jerky. Yeah, I hear that, man. Everyone says that.
Turkey.
It's true.
Lindsay, what's my biggest pet peeve on the tool truck?
On my truck,
On any tool truck?
that they're not on my truck.
Oh,
Oh, hey!
second. What's my second?
Oh, the
pet peeve?
second biggest fee.
What financing?
Absolutely.
Monsters-
I cannot stand when guys buy beef jerky on their account. You're
They
like,
put a lot of guys
reach
do.
your cheap
you know?
ass in your pocket. Or
They're,
don't
they're
buy.
doing, they're doing $50 a week on a $400 balance, and they walk out back and just put it in my account. All
You're
right.
paying 37% interest on the
It's the one item you can't repo.
They know. how
Well,
it
you
works.
can, but you don't want to.
You don't want to.
Yeah. Like, oh no.
Yeah. What flavor? What do you carry, Lindsay?
Sweet and hot, black pepper and jalapeno. Black pepper, hands down, the most popular.
Yeah.
Sweet and
Really,
hot's a
black
very
pepper?
close
Yeah,
Yeah.
I find myself a connoisseur of beef jerky, but I like
Mine's bacon.
I like this the sweeter ones. There's this pork beef jerky, Korean barbecue, and it's pork. Man, that stuff is fire.
Well,
Who
that's
makes
not
that?
jerky. That's pork jerky.
Oh, okay, okay, you got me on that. Yeah, get very good catch.
Dude, who makes that?
No, very good. Well, this is very good
Who makes
pork
that,
jerky.
dude?
Huh?
Who makes that?
I'll have to. I don't think I have any here right now. I'll find out. I'll let you guys know.
Because right now I carry Running Wild and Divine Bovine.
Okay, I don't think it's one of those. I'll find out next time I grab a bag. It's really good. It's a Korean barbecue pork jerky. And I just joke when I say I'm a connoisseur, man. If it's good, I like the sweet and I like the hot. Just the plain, like the lemon pepper one. There you go, right there. I probably love that one.
Yeah,
Sweet
this
and
is
hot.
this is a very good seller, but black pepper, hands down, the most popular.
That's funny. That would be a pork jerky.
All right. Well, I got to run because my battery's about to go dead.
All right, Mark, thank you
All right,
so
Mark.
much for joining us, buddy.
Not a
I'm
problem,
very
guys.
happy you had a chance to jump on and spend this much time with us, and it's a ton of fun having you on. Thank
We'll
you
do it
so
again.
much.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's good seeing you again.
All right,
Good
guys.
night,
Take
Mark.
it
It's good
easy.
seeing you,
Thank
man.
you. Everyone have a good night.
Thanks,
Remember,
Mark.
subscribe. Best YouTube channel.
Yeah, check out Mark for sure on Mid-Atlantic Tools.
Tools.
And give him a subscribe and check out some of his videos. If you like tool haul videos, he's got some really good videos that go over the stuff he gets in on a regular basis and talks about tool truck life and all the rest of it. So please check his channel out. Give him a sub.
All right,
I like,
guys.
when
Take it
you, I
easy.
like when you show what people are about, like the top, like my
Yeah, my
lube guys,
top, yeah.
my lube
Keep
guys
sure.
like this, my heavy line guys like this. I love those videos. Are cool.
All right, guys. Got to run. I'll talk
Thanks,
to you
Mark.
later.
Good night.
Thank you.
Man, that was a treat.
There you go. I was like sitting on the couch, watching some NASCAR truck racing, and then all of a sudden Lindsay pops up Tools in the Hall live.
Yeah, I just walked in. We were at the gym playing basketball with my kid, and I came in and I told him I'm gonna go take a shower, and I sat down on the couch and I was like, whoa! I looked at it like I had to take a double take. I said live. I said, oh crap, he's live. I just put my phone to charge, and I yell at him back, said, hey Matthew, go give me my phone.
Well, yeah, I'm sitting here surrounded by all these tools because I wasn't on the road this week because I was feeling sick. So I haven't been able to deliver anything. So I have this huge tool haul video I wanted to shoot. I'm thinking, why don't I just do one live? Because I was going to shoot it at night anyway. So I'm like, I might as well do this. So I figured, why not? See who shows up. Got a pretty good turnout.
Now we're on Tools After Dark.
Tools After Dark. It's
There you
almost
go.
midnight here in Central Texas.
I haven't seen Cass sitting where he's sitting in a while. He's been.
Yeah,
he's
well,
been
it's finally under 150 degrees outside.
in-
Normally, I'm sweating like a whore in church. I'm just sitting there like this buckets. It's finally tolerable enough. I can walk outside. And,
Yeah, it's been a cool week. It was low 60s for most of the
Well,
week.
it was about 85 for the high today, but then we had a storm blow in like right about 7:30 ish, and it dropped the temperature down. The next weekend's supposed to be like the highs in the low 60s. So, you want to see mass chaos and panic. The grocery stores will be packed full of people thinking it's like the end of times. Like, oh my God, it's below 70. Stock up on everything.
I like that King of the Hill episode where it snows a little bit and everyone's freaking out and they're hitting the Megalomart.
Yeah. That happens too. Trust me. During the snow bid, I mean, like, you could have sold toilet paper, for about $8 a roll.
Man,
I could have gone door to door selling toilet paper. I don't know if they'd use it to wipe their butts or to keep warm with. You're like, it was bad. All right, enough about that. Let's stop whining about the past. Let's talk about today.
Baja says he was riding with his Mac guy. Kid begged for a free pocket screwdriver. I handed him a bag of Reaper jerky and said, "Eat this and it's yours."
Wow.
Down. Whew. Yeah, I bet he was on the crapper, but he got that pocket screwdriver. So do what you have to do. Oh,
I don't like asking for free stuff. It's not in my nature. I don't like it when guys do it either. The guy I used to work for, he used to always expect to get free stuff from the tool guys.
yeah.
He's like, "What am I getting for free?" I'm like, "An exit off the truck." There you go.
Nah, man, it's the service that comes with the purchase, man. You're getting that for free.
And we've had some like pretty decent, like the tool guys that stick around. They've been pretty decent tool guys. And I used to get so pissed off him because he's always like trying to freeload something off of him, and I'm like, dude, you're ruining the deal for all of us at the shop. You know, like my original Snap-on guy, he would give you such great deals on tools, mainly because I paid him off real fast. You know, he liked helping the young guys out. You know, whenever we're buying stuff, he'd never push us on big purchases, but he'd always push us he'd always give us like super great deals. And then this guy I work for is always over there like, "Hey, what can I get for free? Where's my deal?" I'm like, stop being such an asshole and you'll get a better deal.
Yeah, there's always those guys, man, that always want something for free. That's just like you said, man. That's just not in my nature. I don't think I've ever like. Here's an example. I've ordered stuff from Nick, and I know his thing. Oh, and it put in the notes, give me something free, and I'll send you something free. I know he does that, but I refuse to. I said, I'm not gonna. To me, give me what I bought, and get it to me in a timely manner, and I'm happy, dude.
We'll do some Cavalier. I'll order something from him sometime. I'll do like charge me extra. Like.
Yeah, it took me a while to realize that there are people who are serious when they ask about that. Like they really do want something for free. And I'll tell them what Brian tells his guys. I'll say flyers, pocket screwdrivers, and hugs are always free. And guys usually go, I'll take a flyer and a pocket screwdriver.
You ever get the guy who wants a pocket screwdriver like once a month or?
Oh yeah, I don't care about that. The pocket screwdrivers to me are those are a giveaway item. I will not charge for a pocket screwdriver, even though some guys will say, "Hey man, can I have like half a dozen and you can charge me for them?" I'm like, no, I'm not going to charge you. Just take the pocket screwdrivers. And
what's he one for every day of the
week? For my good customers, yeah. I don't care. Pocket screwdrivers I think they cost me, $1.50 each if I buy like 500 minimum. So for about $750, I get 500 screwdrivers, and they'll last me a little while. I always hand one to new customers. I always hand them out if someone does ask for one. But I try to keep people on a regular supply of them. So,
all right. I told a small lie here. I have asked for something for free. So the UPS guy, I made him give me one of his pens. Well, I asked him for one of the pens because it's brown ink. What can brown do for you? And so I'm like, "Hey, can I get a pen?" And he's like, "Yeah, I guess so." He's been our UPS guy for like every shop I've worked at in the area. He's been our UPS guy for like 27 years or 26 years. So I know him. I mean, it's not like, but I hit him up for a pen a few years ago. I still have it somewhere. Still works. Still writes in brown ink. Figured, what the hey? Everybody's gonna have a UPS pen.
Yeah.
What is Alibaba?
They're like they're a Chinese, kind of like an Amazon thing.
Alibaba.
You can buy stuff for dirt cheap there. They made the news a long time ago. Well, not that long ago, actually, for something about their stock price. I can't remember why they were in the news. They were in the news for something that wasn't so positive. But a lot of people buy stuff from them. I've not thought about them for really anything. The pocket screwdrivers I get are from a company called 4imprint, and they're actually decent quality where people get some legitimate use out of them. But like Baja and Pat said, if you can get them under $1 and personalized, that might be worth it for sure.
For just 12 cents a day, you can support a small factory in Indochina producing Lindsay screwdrivers.
Yeah, I've never dealt with them though. So, yeah, Ali or AliExpress people use.
So what are you doing a video on Sunday, Lindsay?
I thought this could take the place of my Sunday video.
Oh, come on, you're sliding us.
Well, I mean, I already have one scheduled. It's another tool haul video.
Say it so.
It is. This one though is live and it's today. The one that's going up Sunday was from like 8 weeks ago. I
Oh.
shot it. So there's quite a bit of lag in my tool haul videos.
Sorry. It lets people judge you unfairly. They're like, this video looks like it was warm outside when you filmed it. It is now cold.
I I had a guy who thought he had me cornered on one of these Mako Flyer videos I put out. And he said, that was last month's flyer. Does it matter? I'm not showing you what to buy from Mako this month. I'm showing you something they were advertising.
What, do
in
they
their
change their business practices over the last 30 days? Like, did they all of a sudden like, poof, we're going to start being a more conscientious company?
You got me.
Yeah.
The flyer isn't current.
Oh, man.
Brian, I think he's getting it in March. Whenever the Cornwall, they're having the Cornwall Tool Gathering, I think, is in March in Las Vegas, and I think, or Nevada, and I think he's getting it then. And I think he's flying out to Vegas and driving the new truck back. And he said loaded with tool.
So the next question is, are you going to go with him, Jude?
I was invited.
Oh.
There needs to be a record of this. You need a catalog and,
Yeah, his wife is his partner, and I don't know if I actually got it on film when I was recording, like talking with Gabe, but I remember she's like, you know what, we should take Jude to the show, and Gabe's like, yeah, we could do that, and I was like, oh man, that sounds cool. I'm gonna hold you to it. He's like, yeah, we could do that, but that was a couple months ago, so I don't know if he even remembers, but if he did, that'd be cool.
Gabe, we know
Yeah.
you're watching.
He's actually he was just I didn't know he was there, but I got a text message from Clay Kuhn. It was a picture of Gabe, and he's like, do you know this guy? So I was like, oh crap. I was like, I know Gabe. Clay was in SEMA, so I guess Gabe was over there too. I didn't know Gabe was going there because he was at our shop on Wednesday, or at least I think he was at the shop on Wednesday, because I had to take my kid to the train station for a field trip, and I didn't get there. He usually gets there right at 8, and I didn't get to work till about 9:15. So I assumed he was at our shop on Wednesday, because I just called him and told him to run a payment.
Oh, shoot. Pat, you don't have to jump through any hoops. I just have to remember that you told me you wanted one. I'm running it down now. Again, what size are you?
He's a medium. He wears a medium.
Is he a medium?
Well, he might have been a medium when he first wanted it. Now.
Oh. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I keep these note sheets, right? Every day I come off the truck, I take my sheets of notes, and I stack them on my desk, and I make sure I get through them. And, oh, look. In highlighter, T-shirts for Pat. It's still on the list. I just haven't gotten down to the set, but I will now.
Man, we're going to have to
it's
hold
bubbled
you to it now. Every day I see you, we'll be like, so, do you have Pat's T-shirts yet? And you're going to be like, hey!
And then Pat's meeting with a nice belly shirt. Well, you know, flaunt it if you got it, Pat.
There's this guy on TikTok that I watch. His name is Ori Lee, and that'd be a good look, because he wears.
Hey man, at least
9 sizes.
be happy that medium would make a nice belly shirt, and like not a 3X making a nice belly shirt. That's a win. That's a win.
All right, Pat, I just saw your extra large. I got you, buddy. This time for reals. Whew, sorry about that. And JWC Tech wants to know from Cass or Jude, any new tools?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, man.
I got a
Yes.
tool. What's that?
Well, I recently used a tool that I haven't used in a long time. No, just but no, I since the last, I don't know what the last video I showed where I bought something, but man, if I've bought a ton, not a ton, but I bought a lot of tools since my last tool haul video. I should probably film some of it.
I bought a shop, so
That's
Five lifts.
5 lifts. Yeah, I bought 5
Yep.
lifts also.
getting a build out done for an office and a bathroom. And
Yeah. We finally have power on the other side of the building. I will
All
note
right.
this. And we almost have running water inside the building. We were like
Oh shoot!
a swing and a miss away from having running water inside the building. So
are you going to have hot water too?
we already have hot water. We have a hot water heater.
Well, you don't heat the hot water. You have a cold water heater.
Okay, I have a water heater.
You
I
have a
actually-
water
Here we
heater.
go. We're getting all technical again.
Well, you were the one with the bacon versus beef jerky.
That's like trying to tell me, like, cat, it's the other white meat. You know, like it doesn't work that way.
I actually did. Now that I think about it, today ordered. Anybody watch Tool Demo's short that he came out with today with those those hose pliers, Elio hose removal pliers?
I didn't see it.
Kind of looks like, you ever see that panel trim tool where the two spatulas with the circular cut out of them, and when you squeeze them, it opens up and takes out the trim piece. Kind of looks something like that, but for hoses. Lyle makes it. It was like $15.
Is it for airlines or is it for like?
You can use them for airlines. They're disconnect pliers.
Yeah, just the disconnect pliers. Yeah, those.
No, and then I finally got my Snap-on battery tester, and I ordered it like a year ago. So, you know, it's nice that they hurried up and got it to me,
Wow.
and they doubled the price of it basically.
Mm. You know what I picked up? Do you recall one day showing us that charger you had, charger cable, Cass, the Snap-on phone charger?
Yeah.
Well, I had the same one, but I gave that one to my wife because they now sell it in green. So I bought the green one and gave my wife the red one.
Well, unfortunately, mine broke. So,
Oh, that sucks.
well, you know, kind of, you know, like everybody knows you have like a 10-foot charger or 8-foot charger, whatever it is, and you know, like
That's it.
four people that live in this house all have iPhones. So
That's it right there. Exactly. That tool right there.
yeah.
Yep, those are the wild disconnect pliers. You can use them for airlines. You can use just put a vice grip just south of the connector with enough room just to slip the pliers in there, then
Or
squeeze
north,
them. It'll,
depending on how you're facing.
or depending on what end the little It's on
Actual
there.
or true, you know.
Yep. Those are the exact ones right there.
yeah, they're cheap.
Yeah, they were like 15 or
Inexpensive.
Yeah,
Or
15, 20 bucks, something like
Lindsay doesn't sell cheap tools; he sells economical tools.
that. However, you need to think of it.
Oh,
Did you order me those Titan? What was it? The things, the hex adapter, quarter, 3/8 and half.
Yes, I did. Well, I have to find out where those are. That was the. I gotta find out where those are. Thank you for reminding me.
way to go! You dropped the ball once again.
Well, maybe I didn't drop the ball. Maybe it's on back order. I don't know.
Should we do a drum roll?
I wouldn't. I
Oh,
wouldn't.
no, it's been ordered. It just hasn't arrived yet.
Those were, man, crazy inexpensive, man.
Yeah, $8.50.
Yeah, for the 3-piece set, I was like, man, that's.
Excuse me 1 sec while I let my dog out.
Well, basically, this is the show for tomorrow night. So
Yeah, pretty
everybody
much.
in the panel, I'm going to plug Wide Right CFB. Just hop on over there. You'll get to see these three handsome gentlemen recapping tomorrow's action in college football. So join us 9:30 p.m. on the Wide Right CFB YouTube channel.
And that's 7:30 Pacific and
Yes, Central Standard.
10:30 Eastern. But yeah, Wide Right CFB. Check this out, man. You'll have a good time. We and I like to say we're working class dudes that just like to talk college football. You know, we're not Kirk Herbstreit and them guys getting paid millions of dollars. So you want to have a good time and laugh at stupid jokes. We're the guys to go watch.
Good
But
plug.
if you want to pay us millions of dollars, we are willing to talk.
Yeah, because we're doing a giveaway too toward the end of the year.
Yeah,
That's right.
The giveaway.
Yep.
It's the what you're gonna get is you're gonna get 2 T-shirts with the Wide Right CFB logo on, your size and style of choice. You know, whether it's guy girl, girl, guy, however you want it. Extra large, extra small. I don't know. However that works out. You're gonna get the football signed by most of the Wide Right CFB cast and crew, which would be there's 2 other of us that are missing currently. Well, 3 if we include Joey. He's stressing me out right now. And you're going to win a $50 gift card to Buffalo Wild Wings and another $50 gift card to Buffalo Wild Wings, courtesy of Wide Right CFB. Did I play it out right? And should we let them in, Jude? Lindsay, should we let the masses know that we have a special guest upcoming?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, you know, usually a channel with how many subscribers do we have today? Right now, Lindsay, can you look see what our
30, I think. I think
we
30.
have to have the exact number. Can you look it up? For
The
me?
exact number.
And if we weren't all subscribed with, you know, you could probably subtract five accounts from our total.
Oh, 31. We picked up a subscriber.
31.
31.
We are
So check this out.
growing.
We have 31 subscribers, and we are going to have a Heisman Trophy winner on the show
As a panelist.
as a panelist. So you
Wow.
got to join us and see. Now, I think I know what the week it's going to be. I know which week it's going to be. I don't know exactly which day yet. We're still working on details. So, but it'll be upcoming in the next. I think it's the next 2 weeks. Let me get to the El Calendario here, and I will tell you.
Yeah, you look that up. I can tell my dog to stop barking. Hold on.
Macco sales meeting tomorrow. I just cry and pee a little. You sound like my parts manager. Maybe I didn't drop the ball. Maybe it's hey, you're not lying, dude. So much crap's on back order when it comes to getting parts right now. They have a set on Amazon with a few other styles. Same brand also had the exhaust hanger pliers, a little more beefy. Oh, I saw the exhaust hanger pliers. I think the Mad Brooker did a short on those. I usually just
It'll be between November 13th and 19th. I don't know the exact day, but we will have a former Heisman Trophy winner on the show.
November 13th and 19th?
Well, it'll be somewhere between those dates.
Oh, I know, but it's coming up. It's coming up real quick. I thought we were doing it like on Heisman week.
No, because he might have some Heisman duties.
Yeah, he probably will have. He probably will be in New York, huh?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he'll be in New York, but you know, he might have some Heisman duties. So you just have to wait and see. I'm not going to announce who it is yet, you know, because I don't want. I got to keep the flex going. We got to hit the flex for a while on this deal. But I digress. Back to tools, Lindsay. Let's go. Back to tools.
Okay. Yeah, Baja says he's so mad at Mac for putting a monster truck shirt made out of sequins. It's only available in junior sizes. Come on! How do they not have that in adult sizes?
You gonna
Would you,
rock
wear,
the sequins?
would you wear a shirt with sequins, Lindsay?
Well, I have Mac tools on it. Yeah, I would.
Hey, what's the difference between sequins and bedazzled?
I think bedazzled are like you can also add like little jewels and things, or sequins are just those tiny
Little.
flat metal discs.
Okay.
What about rhinestones? Can we get rhinestones also?
I don't know, but I'm sure with enough money you can buy whatever you want.
Hey, Brian, I
And Lindsay
appreciate,
and I might have
you,
another
dude.
little side
I
project.
appreciate that a lot. Sorry, go ahead,
Can I let
Cass.
the cat out of the Can I let the cat out of the bag on this one, Lindsay?
On what?
On our other side project we were talking about the other day.
Sure.
All
What
right.
is it?
So in December, if you live in Austin, Texas, United States of America,
Oh,
or
shit.
you're in the area of Austin, Texas, in December, Santa Claus is going to be here at my domicile. Santa. I know a guy.
The Santa Claus.
I know a guy. He knows a guy. Santa will be here. So if you want to get your picture with Santa, you're going to have to be here in Austin, Texas, United States of America. And we'll post my address on social media, like a completely great idea. So, you ready for this, Lindsay? Come
Yes.
sit with Santa. And you know what? And it's going to be completely free, and I suggest everybody come and do it. And there'll be hot chocolate and candy canes and anything else to come up with. So
That sounds like fun. That's a ton of fun.
it's going to be like a my Christmas present for the neighborhood and many others. So
Oh, dude, that's a cool thing to do, man.
I thought it was a really good idea because I don't know of any other neighborhood that do something like that. It's a fantastic idea.
so I doubt anybody from my neighborhood will actually go to it. Nobody from other neighborhoods will probably come and see Santa. But it's the thought that counts, right? It's the holiday season. It's the gifting season, Lindsay. I feel
It is.
very festive.
It is.
So, but
No, Brian, Santa will be sober
drunk Santa. He might be drunk later.
and good.
Bad Santa.
Oh, good. Someone got him.
I just grabbed it.
Oh,
See, it doesn't take long though. There's another one.
Oh, nice. Hey, hold on. Can we? What are they doing later? Is there an OnlyFans page we can go check this out at, or what are we doing here?
yeah, Matt. Pat's been looking for this set for a while now. I know Roscoe didn't have him either.
See, Baja will come up from San Antonio. Be fun to meet you.
Well, there you go.
Hey, speaking of San Antonio, just outside of San Antonio is a town called New Braunfels, which is home to one of the largest Buc-ee's in the world. There will be a new world's largest Buc-ee's being built right next door to what was, I think, the original Buc-ee's in Luling, is it? Texas? I forgot. I just read that today. So,
All right. So I have a complaint here with Buc-ee's. You
how
know,
can you complain about Buc-ee's?
oh man, I have a massive complaint about Buc-ee's.
All right, let's hear it.
There's not one in Dripping Springs.
There is not one in Dripping Springs.
That is a huge
Yet.
problem. I will tell you this. If there was a Buc-ee's in Dripping Springs, Robert would probably have to get a job there just to pay the money he would owe them. Because Robert is what I call a convenience store connoisseur. He knows where, he can break down a convenience store pretty quick. Like light bulbs over here, $7 a quart oil over here, $4 candy bars over here, liquor over here, ice cream over there. He can knock it down. He knows where he's going. Like the second he walks into the store, he knows the layout. He's like, aha. Where are
That's
the
pretty
powdered
impressive.
donuts and the spiraled Fritos?
Okay.
Like interesting combinations. Oh, look, they have hot food. And then he'll sit down and like, oh, this is like 8-hour-old hot food. And you're like, really? You thought you were getting fine dining?
Yeah,
Make sure you
Buc-ee's
stop
must
on
be
the
Buc-ee's is Ed's new safe word. Usually it's Makita.
all right. I mean, I like going there. I mean, they always got plenty of clean restrooms and
Lots
you
of-
don't have to wait for
Lindsay
people.
told me if I ever make it there, he's going to take me there. Ed's telling me I got to get there. John Diabolical's always talking about it, and I said I've never seen the place, but I was telling the guys one night that I dreamt. You ever have like a dream where you wake up like 3 or 4 times throughout the night, but you keep having the same dream? And I kept having the exact same dream about a Buc-ee's, and I have no clue. I've never been in it, so I don't know what the layout is. But I kept it was like a rush on toilet paper, like pandemic style. Everybody was rushing into this big store, and I'm pushing my cart, and the hooch shit keeps getting knocked down in front of me, and it was a crazy dream, and I've never even been to one.
Oh man,
Wow, that's
we're gonna
telling
go
us something.
have at least 2 meals at Buc-ee's. Well, at least have breakfast and lunch for sure. They have barbecue at Buc-ee's too. They have other food too. They have all kinds of stuff in there.
They have really good wasabi peas and beaver nuggets.
Oh yeah, you gotta have beaver nuggets.
Gotta have beaver nuggets.
You gotta take.
Were they shiny beaver nuggets?
Yes, they are shiny. To be honest with you.
Yep, they took all the fur off of them. And the old tech guy's here.
Nuggets.
He loves Buc-ee's.
Hey everybody, it's Ed
He
the
says,
Old
"Hey,
Tech
you're
Guy.
at 6,066 subs." Yeah, I am. That's hit the devil level of subs.
They got Ronnie James Dio, doing your sub count there, Lizzie.
Who?
Come on,
What?
how do you not know who Ronnie James Dio is?
I don't know.
The guy with the devil horns, the rock singer.
Isn't that the band called DEO or Dio or something?
No,
Okay,
No?
good. I don't feel so bad. That makes 2 of us who don't know. I don't. I don't know.
I feel kind of. Do you listen to music, or are you just like?
Yes,
you
I
listen
do.
Like, is it like show tunes, or what?
No,
Are you doing? What do you listen
occasionally.
to in the truck?
Well,
Like,
someone asked me what kind of music I like once, and I told them that I like Hank Williams, and they said, "Well, do you like anything more modern?" And I was like, "Well, Hank Williams Jr."
Jude's secretly an 87-year-old white man from the Texas area. Oh man, Jude, where's your AARP card at? I gotta see this right now. Oh man,
Wait, is this true? Does Jude not know who Indiana Jones is?
Nah, you guys, they told me who he was the other day. He said it's the same dude who plays John Solo. That it was the movie about with Sean Connery and what's his name? Harrison Ford.
well, Sean Connery was only in one of the Indiana Jones movies.
He was only in one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Harrison Ford was the Indiana Jones. Hey, you never seen Indiana Jones, Jude?
Maybe when I was a kid, I don't know.
What decade did you grow up in? The 1880s?
I know, huh?
Christ.
Nah, what was that? I
No
remember.
person that knows less movies than Jude is Lizzie. I mean, like, this is killing me with my one-liners because they don't, like, I say one-liner, they're like, huh? You're just like, oh.
In my defense, my knowledge of mainstream movies is far greater than my knowledge of non-mainstream movies.
What Brian's saying right there, I listen to a lot of sports talk radio or political talk radio. Mostly sports. And if it's on music, there's a local station called KRIT 101. When I was growing up, it was playing 50s and 60s, and they progressed into 60s and 70s, and now it's playing like 80s and 90s.
So you're a big Johnny Cougar Mellencamp fan now? Or?
Oh, heck yeah. John Cougar Mellencamp. Like, I dig all that stuff.
And we got
Dire
the TLC
Straits.
yet? You got the TLC yet?
TLC?
Yeah.
TLC. That's the MTV show, right?
No,
Something like that. No, that's
Well,
TRC.
that was TLR.
Oh, TLR.
No, TRL. Total
Oh,
Request
TRL.
Live. Yeah, Total Request Live.
No, I don't know what.
You know, the
TLC
only reason I know that is because, one of the near-death experiences I had, I lost the remote, but I was like stuck on the couch for like a week with some, crazy illness, and I had, like MTV was stuck on, and I had to watch Total Request Live, and I was like, I'd rather just die right now. Just Lord, please take me now, so I have to stop watching this stuff.
That's funny. That is the station right there, KRTH, KRT 101. They've been around since 1972. I would listen to that as a kid. My mom had that station on in the car all the time, and I just, it's funny. I've actually gone to like, not that I wouldn't have gone anyways, but there was a swap meet / Volkswagen car show in Orange County that I went to just because I knew all the different DJs were going to be there, and I went and got pictures with all those guys. Was it Charlie Tuna?
Superman.
They can see you in the mirror.
There's no mirror there.
Only if y'all knew what I was just looking at.
Free and 30 years behind the curve.
He was still sitting there.
So, Jude, when you met these DJs, were they all wearing windbreakers with their names embroidered on the?
No, but it's funny. Charlie Tuna was apparently been around for a long, long time, and we're there. And I said, I tell my wife, it was me and my wife. We took our son, and my mom and stepdad were with us. We took them, and I'm walking up, and I said, I tell my wife, I'm gonna go take a picture with Charlie Tuna. Get my picture with him. And my mom goes, Charlie Tuna. And she looks up and she's like, oh, it is Charlie Tuna. And there's not a lot of people around us. And she's like, he's still alive? And I know he heard us. Like, oh, what are you doing?
Well, talking about still alive, Brian Sight says Dr. Demento.
Yeah, Dr.
God,
Demento,
that's
KLOS, I think, or KLSX. I remember him.
Yeah, I don't remember what local channel it was on in Boston, but man, I was young enough where listening to that was like, ooh, don't tell the grown-ups that you're listening to Dr. Demento, because you get that occasionally off-color song that the kids shouldn't hear, but I love that. That was funny. It was like the forbidden thing when I was however old I was.
Ed's telling me he used to listen to Rush Limbaugh, but he still knows who Star Trek and Star Wars is. I knew who Battlestar Galactica was. I remember that one because I remember I had I don't remember what the name of the character was, but it was like a robot with like one eye that used to kind of go back and forth.
Yeah. The Cylons from Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, I remember I had that toy. And then I think, if I want to, the dad from Bonanza was on the show too. I think my brother had that guy.
Yeah.
There you go. There's a TV, or there's some stuff I've never watched. I've never seen Star Trek, Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica. None of them ever.
Yeah, I saw just a little bit of Battlestar Galactica as a kid, but the other two I don't really watch. KMET and KNEC, heck yeah, both awesome hard rock. Not just like Motley Crue and Poison hard rock. We're talking like Pantera hard rock, but that was a little bit before Pantera. But KNAC, I think KNAC was from Long Beach, but they went out. They went under like in the late 80s, but there were some wicked stations.
Pat says members only jackets and cargo pants, but not at the same time. Yeah, we're going back a ways from some of these recollections guys have. Santa Ana College back in the 70s. It says you're going to get some blue blockers and New Balance gym shoes for Christmas.
He's also going to get some Jordans and a flip phone.
But believe it or not, my gym shoes are New Balance.
All right, so that Christmas gift is covered.
Now, hold on. Dude. What color are they?
No, they are just all black.
Oh, yeah. Okay. If they're all white, we're dedefinitely, we're going to.
No, I have a
Shady Acres retirement community.
Well,
I have a pair. I have another pair of Wilson tennis shoes, and they're all white, but they just have the blue W on the tongue, or I think it's on the back of the heel.
How up do you pull up your socks?
I used to pull them all the way up, but I typically 99 days out of 100 wear no shows now.
Okay.
All right, you're dropping in age now. You were getting kind of up there. Now you're coming back down.
Going back down again.
Pirate Radio, Joe Mama, that was another good one. They only lasted a few years though, but that was a great station. George Battlestar, you must have had a TV with. Yep, I did. It was on.
Yeah.
It absolutely. I remember.
Color on the front. The TV. I remember getting my first color TV. My sister and I came home from school at the same time, and I can't remember why we didn't go in the house right away. We were sitting on the front porch, and we looked in the window, and my sister said, "We have a different TV," and it was a black and white show was on, so it must have been something like Leave It to Beaver or something we were watching reruns of, and it was just had like a purplish tint to it because I didn't realize it was a new TV, and sure enough, it was a color TV, and my mind was blown.
That is cool.
Yeah, but we were never early adopters for anything. Color TV was out, but not by much back in the early 70s. But we were always late adopters on anything. My dad would never get anything, right away. Took us like to the 90s to get a microwave oven.
I hate using the microwave. It's my least favorite thing in the entire house.
Yeah,
if I could do away with one item out of the house, it'd be that.
I could live without it. My wife likes having it. I could live without it though, but like we got to replace ours. I wanted to get just a hood vent, but she does like the function of the microwave, so we'll replace it with some microwave oven.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you like popcorn, that'd be the only one. I don't know. I don't like it.
And even then, I'll. It's convenient for popcorn, but I just as soon buy a jar of popcorn kernels and make my own popcorn.
Also, my wife does. She has this recipe that she does like this paper bag and popcorn kernels, and she pops it somehow.
Yeah.
She's got some old voodoo witch trick that she does. But.
Man, Brian, I 100% still have a starter jacket in my closet. Absolutely.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Right.
And what tool truck socks am I wearing? Right now I'm barefoot, but when I wear them, I have only 2 pairs of tool truck socks. They are snap-on. I used to think they were the best ever, but I think I got a size that might be a little too big because these aren't as comfortable as I remember them. And I'm very tempted to try either Cornwell or Matco because I heard that they make bamboo socks and that they're pretty sweet. My wife, I think they're at $10 a pair. She bought $6.79. I think she's got 10 pairs. She got on the Matco truck and she bought some. She liked them. She bought some more, and then I think I got her 1 pair from So she absolutely loves the bamboo socks, but I'm waiting to see if they make them a little shorter than the ones that go all the way up. Oh, I bet those are nice hats.
And Boz says he remembers getting his first color TV, was sitting on top of the old TV. And how long did that arrangement last for? Was that like its permanent location, or did it eventually get cycled out?
I remember watching a black and white TV, and I remember watching color TV, but I don't remember when the switch happened.
Mm.
It's just a fad; it will pass.
Yeah, when I was a kid, my dad was never big on anything sitting around the house too long. So, like if we had gotten a TV, if we had a color or if we had a black and white TV, he probably got rid of it. He got the color TV the same day. So,
Yeah.
I didn't even know Snap-on had a popcorn popper.
oh yeah,
Didn't
come
they,
on.
have didn't they have like a cotton candy machine too? And
I got the juice or whatever you call it, the smoothie maker. I have that. I've never even opened it out of the box. It's just sitting there in a box.
So we had some friends, and they always have like these epic Halloween parties. And so one Halloween, I went over there, and everybody was, doing stupid stuff. And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna make my own cotton. I don't need a thing for cotton candy. I'll use my hand. And so I burned the shit out of myself doing the cotton candy thing, like twirling my hand around. I had like a big old, pink Q-tip on my end of my hand for cotton candy.
Oh, without you. So instead of a stick, you used your. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow, that's hardcore.
That was stupid. I was like, that kind of burned. That's a bad idea. We were drinking too, so we were taking the kids trick or treating, and so all the dads were drinking beer out of my cooler, or whoever was pulling the little cooler. Maybe we may have one of the kids pulling the cooler. Just like stop, drop, and roll. We're in another house, time to drink another beer. Gotta pass the time somehow.
It's got a good question. Tell us a hater comment and how we reacted in a funny or witty way. I just usually type in, dude, you're watching my channel.
I always tell them thanks for the comment because I don't get a lot of them.
I will reply seriously to a hater comment if they're just plain wrong about something, and it doesn't usually go beyond that. If it persists, I'll just ignore it because it's not worth his money to after that. But and then sometimes it's hard for me to tell a true hater comment from somebody who's trying to make a legitimate point. Every now and then there's just some oddities that I can't quite figure out. So I'll go along with it because there could be a chance to exchange some good information there. But I had a guy leave a comment on my channel about I forget. I think it was back with that Snap-on flyer video that I made that got kind of big. And he said something about it, and I replied. And then I think today or yesterday, he replied, but like 4 months had gone by, but he just replied to my reply. So I replied to his, and I can't tell if he's serious about what he's saying or if he's trying to egg me on something. Didn't seem too bad, but I'll reply to him, and then after that I'll forget. If they're just trolling just for that, I'll just forget about it.
I don't get too many just normal trolls, but oh, good night. But I like on the one that you predicted, Lindsay, when I think you were my first comment on that Nipix short I did when I said I didn't like Nipix flyers, and you said, "Oh, here comes the shitstorm, dude," and it was, dude. People hate on me for that one, but that's just because they don't like the take. But that is true.
Yeah, every now and then you'll know when something's just being served up for people to troll you with. But even then, I had a customer ask me about that because he just found my channel, and he said, "What do you do about the negative comments?" I'm like, "Nothing. I make a comment, still a comment, whether it's good, bad, positive, or negative." I said, "So I'll leave it. It's legitimate. Just because someone has an opinion that's different than mine doesn't mean it's wrong." But there's times when people try to spew out stuff that's fact that's either just clearly opinion or is in fact incorrect. And I'll try my best to give them some better information. And then if they show themselves to be just trolling, I'll just stop replying. But yeah, you can usually see when the crap storms are coming before you even post it. It's kind of funny like that. Some guys just love to hate on you, and it's all right. The world's
I look at negative comments. It's like driving in Austin traffic. Like most of the time you're pretty polite, but every once in a while you just got to drop an F-bomb on somebody.
Oh yeah.
You just got to hang out the window and let them know who's number one.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Every now and then you'll let somebody have it, but that's always the end of it. Like no one ever starts this back and forth. If you call out somebody like that, they usually just go away. That's the end of it.
Yeah, that is true. One dude was giving me a hard time because the way I speak, he would say, "You say way too much, and you don't have a real fluid, conversation with the camera when you're talking." And I just commented, I said, "Dude, I try, man. I'm not very good at this. I'm trying to get better." And I think he felt bad because I just answered honestly. And then he started giving me tips like, "Well, maybe you should try this, and maybe you should try that." But like they seemed like he wasn't being like a jerk anymore. He was actually trying to help me. And then I actually tried his tips. And instead of pausing and saying, I would just stop for half a second, gather my thoughts, and speak again. and I told him, and I said, hey, dude, I think it's working. He's like, yeah, dude, your video was pretty good. now he comments on my videos all the time and stuff. He's like a real cool commenter, man, all the time giving me like telling me he likes my videos.
See, I would have ruined that. I would have totally ruined that. That guy would have said something like that, and I go, I don't come to McDonald's to tell you how to flip fries. It happens occasionally.
And then it said getting a negative comments like driving a Ridgeline. The difference there is lots of people leave negative comments, but not a lot of people drive Ridgelines.
Oh!
Hey! Hey!
Exit stage left.
Yeah, there's always someone, man.
Always. That's all right. They're fun. I they don't get under my skin only because I understand where people are coming from. If they want to hate just to hate, I get it. It's their prerogative. You don't have to pay attention to it. But if they have something like you said earlier, good turn into something legitimate, and he could actually turn into a good relationship, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, I screwed that up right away. I'm too quick to be an asshole right back to it. I was trying to give you constructive criticism. Well, I don't want it, so shut the fuck up. I wanted to lift off you and unzip my pants. Oh!
Hey, whoa.
We're after dark. We're not that after dark.
And Ed says, I'm glad I didn't bring up Makita. And then Sergio says, they're so bad, they don't bother locking them up at the Home Depot. Ouch.
That's just the truth.
Wow, getting deep here.
And that's in California. I mean, shit, I think stealing's legal now. I mean, you don't have to pay for anything there anymore. Just walk right in. Makita's so brazen with their marketing strategy.
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess you don't have to worry about putting them on clearance sale if somebody steals them. You just get to collect the insurance money. That's terrible. It's terribly accurate.
Do you I know you've talked about the guy who will be shopping on your truck and he has his phone out. Lindsay, but do you get the guys who are like, oh, I can get this at Home Depot or I can get this at Lowe's or anything? You get those guys a lot? How do you deal with those?
Occasionally, and usually they're the younger guys who aren't quite used to how a tool truck works, or they haven't quite contextualized the pricing. And the way I handle it is I'll say things like, "You're right." No, I'll tell them outright. You can get anything on my truck cheaper somewhere else. I am not here to save you money. I'm here to make sure you get value for your money, and I give you value and blah blah blah. And all my I list off how I do business, and And if they don't understand that and they persist, sometimes week after week, I'll say, hey, if you don't think my prices are low enough, you're welcome to shop on the Snap-on truck. And if you don't think the service you get for what you pay is good enough, you're welcome to buy stuff on Amazon. And you don't have to shop on the truck.
That's true.
Over to you. Your choice. And that usually ends the conversation. And it's not doing it in an adversarial way. It's the truth. It's when people say it's I've had people tell me too, say, oh, tool trucks are dead. The whole tool truck model's circle in the drain. The guy left a comment the other day on one of my videos. Snap-on's dead. No, they're not. It's a perfectly healthy company. The tool truck industry is a perfectly healthy industry. There's plenty of business for all of these trucks to do business.
It's funny the people that don't know the Snap-on has more than just tools,
right?
Or tool truck tools. There's so much more than that goes into their deal.
So much more.
I remember seeing that comment. I felt like dropping, what do you know, asshole? And he come over to your job at Taco Bell and tell you how to clean the floor. I'm gonna do that one of these days. I'm gonna find somebody. I'm just gonna blast them in your comments again.
Sure, why not?
I've done it before. You're pretty cool with it.
Nope. And Baja says he's got to get up in 7 hours. Yeah, you'll get the invite. Keep
Yeah,
coming
for
by,
sure.
Baja. And if you want to get a plugin for your channel, you want to put a link on here for your channel, go right ahead. Actually, wait a minute, I might have it right here. I had it. I've got it right here.
Joe
Yeah,
Mama
check
says
out-
Come
he's
ready
been
for tons of Christmas cheer.
I'll put a link out there for you. So everyone, check out Baja Automotive's channel. He's got a bunch of videos up there that are right for the watching. I'm sure he'd appreciate the viewership and the subs. And thanks for stopping in, man. Really appreciate all your input, and it was great having you
Is it
on
like
the
a
live chat.
rally
Good to know
channel?
you're fairly local too.
Is it like a rally racing channel? I see he's got a Subaru on his icon and it says Baja Automotive.
Well, he's the shop foreman or service. I think shop foreman of a Subaru dealership. I would assume in San Antonio.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's from there. I'll let him answer for himself, or let him answer that question. We will be looking forward to having you come by and hang out with us, though. That'll be fun.
Absolutely.
And then, this spring, we're going to have like a grand opening at the shop. And I'm going to try to get who to come visit us.
A road trip to Bucky's.
Ooh.
Oh, we could knock that out.
Spring is what month?
Well, here, spring is usually like February 1st, but, everywhere else, it's like March, April, something like that.
Okay. That'll be fun.
But we might have an office built by then. I don't know. I have my doubts at the moment. My wife was like, "Oh, we'll have
RTE
an
has a
office."
cooling casket. Wow.
My wife goes, "Hey, we'll have the office done in time so I can decorate for Christmas." I go, "Yeah, like Christmas of 23." That didn't go over well.
It said where I am, spring is in June.
What's that?
It said where I am, spring is in June. Shoot, where I'm at, spring is like 350 days of the year. No, we get a few days of summer and a few days of winter, but it's mostly pretty darn nice.
That is pretty sweet.
We get a lot of summer here.
A lot of summer here.
A lot of summer, which is cool. If you're a t-shirt and shorts kind of person, it's a great place to live. I mean, like if you like wearing shorts almost year round, it's awesome. But like if you want to see like 4 seasons, you got to go to another state.
You won't find them here.
You'll find 2, maybe.
Maybe.
The only time you know it's fall is whenever your car is covered in leaves and acorns. So, or as my neighbor said, acorns. There are acorns all over. He's not my neighbor, but this guy I know.
I like when people from the South, like I hear it sometimes on Clay Coon's channel when he's talking to his Mac dealer, and the way they say oil, they say oil. Oil. Yeah, oil.
Go to some Earl.
Oh, yeah.
Earl. You feel like my dad. My dad doesn't say wash; he says wash. Like what
Wash.
the fuck?
I know.
What did you just say?
I've heard people say wash with an R, and I've also you ever heard people say sandwich like they sang sandwich.
Sandwich.
Sandwich. Oh man.
Brian gets 4 seasons.
I learned not to correct my dad.
He said earlier, Wisconsin. He said. There's a good friend of all our channels that lives in Wisconsin, man. He's a real cool young kid named Joshua Brandenburg.
Oh, is that where he's from?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what part of Wisconsin you're in, man, but if you were local to him, it would make his year to tour a tool truck. You say sandwich?
We just call them Sammys. You want a
Yeah,
Sammy?
Sammy.
Yeah, let's get Sammys. Well, I could go all day on stuff that pisses my wife off. I mean, like pretty much everything I do. We'll start with that.
That's because you're a husband.
A damn good one at that.
That's right. Hey, I'm a better husband than Tom Brady.
Oh,
So I got that going for me.
look, I'm not gonna go knock on that guy because he's gonna get paid to be divorced. I'm just saying, all men should aspire to be Tom Brady.
If I'm correct, I think he's worth a lot of money, but
She's worth a lot
like
more.
Yeah, she's worth like way more money than him, isn't she?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they had everything figured out in their prenup. I mean, neither were touching each other's business operations or anything. The other thing they got to do is divide up, I think, the property that they bought when they were married, which they've already done, and just figure out how they're handling the schedule with the kids. But I think that was already figured out.
Your people will talk to my people. I bet that conversation was said. Those are
I'm
exact
pretty
words.
sure.
Your people will talk to my people when it comes to our children.
All right, which of the mansions do you want? Which of the mansions am I gonna? I mean,
Slap myself with $100 bills. Just
all right, Baha. Thank you, buddy. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. We
Yeah.
will do this again. And be safe till we see you next time.
Yep. Definitely see you in December. Definitely. We got to figure out the date on that because I don't want to do it too late because then nobody's gonna want to swing by. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to do it too late in the month. Got to kind of be like right in the middle.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle would be good.
Do I need to go like rough up the Salvation Army guy and get his bell so we can like jingle people down?
No, it's okay.
You know,
We don't.
give me the bell or you take one in the kidney or what?
We'll sing Christmas carols or something. It'd be great. No, we don't need to know.
I might hire like strippers to do like some dancing for Christmas carols.
Sure, why not?
I'm sure they'd
The
go
elves-
over well in the neighborhood.
The elves can shake a little bit.
Cass gave the neighborhood the gift that keeps on giving. Crabs.
No, and Sergio's right. That's not a high bar for husband performance, but I'll get what I can. And then Brian asks, who gets Gronk? Well, I think we all know he really is. He's always been Brady's work wife, I think.
I love that commercial. I think it's a cell phone commercial where Tom Brady's talking to Gronk, and I guess Gronk's trying to tell him to retire, but he keeps breaking up because he has no coverage. It's really bad.
Yeah.
And then he ends up saying, "All right, I'm going to Tampa, and Gronk's going with me." And Gronk's like, "Ma, I need my football pants."
Oh man.
Pat's right. These are the same problems we all had when we divorced our supermodel wives. Yeah.
Well said.
I'm the trophy husband.
Well, if I'm the trophy, my wife got last place.
I'm the participation trophy husband.
Yeah.
Ugh.
What do you guys think about participation awards?
Oh man, can I run with this one?
Go right ahead.
Absolutely.
All right. So everybody, I don't know if everybody knows this, but I coached youth football for like 12 years. I also coached middle school football for a brief time, and my belief on participation trophies is I think they're worthless. I think that's like telling a kid like it's okay to suck. Like it's not okay to suck. Winners get trophies. Everybody else goes home. If you want a trophy, you'll work hard for it. And so we were in a board meeting, and trophies cost so much money to buy at the end of the year. And when you run a youth football organization, it's a paper thin margin. I mean, most of the time it comes out of your pocket anyways to cover the differences. And so we were in the board meeting, and I'm like, the only way the kids are getting trophies next year is if they win like the championship. And then the moms were like, "Oh, we can't do that. We have to have trophies." I'm like, "No trophies. Winners get trophies. If they want a trophy, they better win. They need to know that. It'll make them better in life. It'll prepare them for disappointment down the road. Don't worry, it's coming." And man, they fought tooth and nail, and I didn't do trophies. I told them, I go, "You win, you get a trophy." And we had one team win a championship. Of course, it was the one that I coached. Of course.
Of course.
And so then they were really pissed because, I was like, I'll kind of like, see the pot a little bit with my own money, and we'll really dress these trophies up and get, some nice trophies. They were all pissed off. I was like, you know what? Should have won. Tried harder, you'd have got a better trophy.
Yeah,
Those are good.
my kid. Well, the basketball, it's a little bit different. But this was in school. He was part of the STEM class, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and they had a contest for his grade where they built these bridges out of like, I think they were using what looked like popsicle sticks or something like that. And what they did was they suspended a bucket from the bridge, and they would put weight because they would sand in there, and then to see how long it lasted until it broke. And whichever bridge held the most weight, they had first, second, and third place. But right when you get there, they're handing out medals to everybody, or not medals, pins or buttons to everybody. And all these kids were all showing out their buttons. And I've instilled this in my kid, where one of his friends' mom said, "Oh, I like your button, Matthew." And he's like, "Why?" He's like, "Everyone gets one of these." It's nothing special. He's like, they gave it to everybody. But then his bridge took second place. So he got a medal for second place. And he looks at me, he's like, "Can I be happy about this one?" I said, "Heck yeah, you can." Well, dude, there were 50 people in it. Only 3 people got the actual ones that go over their necks, dude. You earned that. And he was all stoked because he won that one.
All right. I got to follow up. I got another story. Is it okay if I tell the story?
Go right ahead.
All right. So we lost the championship game in like triple overtime one year, and I was furious. I was like pissed because it was my call, but we were running out of players. We already had kind of a small team to begin with, and a couple of kids got hurt during the game, so we were already running low on players. So I decided to go for 2 by kicking a field goal in the third overtime, or kicking extra points for 2 in the third overtime, and it would have won the game. And we kicked it, and the ball missed just a little bit. And I was just, it was my call. And I burned our last time out, and I asked the kids, I go, "Okay, we can run it in for 1, and we can play a 4th overtime, or we can kick it and win it." And the kids were like, "Well, let's kick it and win it." I'm like, "All right, let's do it." So we lined up, and he kicks it, and it just doesn't get enough height on it, and it just hits it goes right under the crossbar. I don't even think it really hit it. And that's how our season ended. And so they come over there, and they hand us our like second place trophy. And the kids were like, "So what are you gonna do with your trophy?" And I go, "I'm throwing this motherfucker in the trash when I leave here." And they're like, "Why?" I go, "Because second place is first place loser." And so we walked out of the stadium, and I took our second place trophy, and I threw that motherfucker in the trash. And I walked out. And my wife's like, "Oh, he ain't fucking around, he's for real." So, but I worked harder, and we won the championship next year. So there you go.
Now you're gonna give Pat a complex.
No.
It's taken him years to put that behind him, and he would have brought it all back.
Man, I'm telling you, you either win or you don't. It's
true.
It's just a dog eat dog world out there, and you know what? And it prepares you for life just a little bit better, I think, because if you know what the taste of defeat tastes like, and you know what the taste of victory tastes like, and you know how hard it is to get there, you're always going to try harder to be successful. You know what I mean? You're not going to be like, "Oh, I won't try because I don't want to fail." I fail all the time. It doesn't bother me because I'm going to work harder next time.
It's a principle in life, and if you don't apply it to one thing, apply it to another thing. Or if it doesn't work in one area, apply it to a different area.
I mean, you've been around me. I'm on go all the time. There's no days off. I'm just not wired that way.
No.
And I'm not undefeated. I wish I was. It'd be great to be undefeated. But I'm not. I'm just, it's just one of those things. You gotta go out there and earn it every day.
Yeah, and one of the reasons successful people are successful is because they do make mistakes.
Hold on a second, though. The success of me, that doesn't mean I'm successful. I just said that I try always.
Our successes have lots of mistakes behind them.
No, but like in football, it took a long time before I really knew what I was doing. Yeah. And you just got to catch those times where you have the right group of kids, and then everything meshes well together. And when you recognize it, man, it's so much fun. And get and those kids appreciate it. But yeah, no, I tell everybody, the referees ref the game, the coaches coach the game, the kids play the game. So don't be the biggest part of the game. Let the kids be the biggest part of the game. And that's how we were in those things. But when it came to winning and losing, winners win trophies, losers don't get anything.
Yep.
So, but
Yeah.
Jeez, I don't know, Pat. What do we do? How do we help you? You can do it. You're a good person and people like you. No, when I was, I don't know, when I was a young adult living in the Boston area, some of the school districts decided that they would, so that they wouldn't have to name winners or losers in sporting events, they would cease to keep score.
oh, that's even worse.
It is
Because
the worst.
everybody knows what the score is in one of those games.
All the kids know. Absolutely.
The
are
parents
keeping
know. The
track.
parents are keeping track of that.
Yep.
everybody-
Just play till the
it's
clock runs out and everyone goes home a winner. It was the most
it's
ludicrous thing I've ever heard in my
basically
life.
gone and played fucking shadow tag.
Oh.
We don't want to step on anybody's real feelings.
I went to go see my cousin's kid. This was a long time ago too, but my cousin's kid was playing. I don't know if it was soccer. I don't remember what they were playing. I just remember getting there and saying a little bit late. I'm like, "Oh, what's the score?" And my cousin's wife saying, "We don't keep score." He said, "This is all for the kids to have fun." So I look over at my cousin and his dad. I said, "What's the score?" And they're both like, "Oh, 7-2."
Yeah, of course. Wow.
Oh man. All right, Karen. I wasn't asking you.
I think they were playing soccer.
Oh man.
Uh,
No. Yeah. I don't get it. It's like when I've had to have this talk with my kids before because they'll like fail at something, they'll be boohooing and crying. Like, hey, I'm not giving you any sympathy. You lost. You need to work harder. Sorry. Sorry, I don't have any compassion for you, but it's a rough house to live in. No, it's not that bad.
I'll say though, the first basketball season we had that I coached, we were pretty bad. We had some decent players, but just as a team, we weren't very good because we were losing all our games, and the kids were getting pretty dejected. But we won our last game we played, and it was against a team that had beat us the first time we played them, and just to see how happy they were that they won a game. Now they weren't giving trophies or anything, but they were just stoked that they won a game. You could see it in all their faces that they were happy they won that game.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
More. It means more.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Just the first game I ever coached, we got beat like 34-7, and I was so embarrassed out there. I was just like, I'm never gonna let this happen to me again. Now I've gotten beaten bad since then, but I'm like, I'm never gonna let this happen. I'm gonna make sure that it doesn't happen. And like, there's times where in like youth football, you're gonna roll in against a team that's just gonna wipe the floor with you, right? I mean, like, you just know you're gonna take an ass whooping, but you could do things within the game to keep the team from scoring. And like, you go on offense, you run, you just draw out the plays in between each play. You take as much time as you can. Whenever the referee goes 5 seconds, on the play clock, then the kid starts running through the snap count, or you go on silent counts, or you go on 2 or 3, and you're able to go and catch the other team being way too aggressive, and you catch them jumping off sides, stuff like that. And you extend drives, and you teach the kids how to work within, like, hey, look, if we go and try to play a high flying game against these guys, they're going to just kick our ass. We're going to go out here and we're going to go ahead and grind it out. We're going to work as a team and we're going to get this down. Usually you don't take like just a hellacious beating, because the most demoralizing things when the kids are all hurt, you're getting beat by 40. You're like, God, this is terrible. Because when you're coaching, when you lose, it's on the coach, right? And as a coach, you that's exactly what you think. It's not the kids; it's your fault. And when you win, it's on the kids. So,
yep.
I know
I'll
we
tell
were.
you what. There's some times where I've seen some kids where you're like, there ain't no way he's 12. He's as big as me. Hell, his voice is deeper.
We were playing one game where we were getting whooped pretty good, and the ref in the fourth quarter told the other team not to guard outside of the 3-point line. So, no pressing. I mean, once they can't guard. So basically, if we wanted to take threes the rest of the game, they weren't going to be able to defend us. So I told him that they didn't have to do that. And he's like, "No, dude, man, it's 24-point lead, man." He's like, I don't want this to bother the kids. And so the next play down, I told my kids, I said, "Hey, nobody guard outside the 3." And then the ref tells me, he's like, no, Joe, they can. I said, no. I'm all, they can't. I'm all, if they're not going to if you guys aren't going to guard us, we're not going to guard them. I'm all, I think it's more demoralizing to be pampered than and treat, because we were losing. Dude, if they're beating us by 24 and they're going to end up beating us by 30, go ahead, dude. But let us try. Don't give us an advantage because we're losing. So I told my kids, I'm all, don't guard outside the 3. And they didn't either the rest of the game.
I have a great referee story. So, referees and I have a love-hate relationship. I love to hate them. And, because, you pay them just to stand there and hold their whistle. So one game we're beating this team, and we're beating them like soundly. And there's a thing called the mercy rule in the league that we played in. And so it was kind of a hot day, and it's like early in the third quarter, and we're probably about 7 points away from mercy rule on this other team. And the referee runs up, and we're the last game of the day. He comes jogging up to me or jogging by me. He goes, "Hey, can you just blow these motherfuckers out so we can leave?" And exact words. I'm not making a single section of this words. He goes, "Can you blow these motherfuckers out? Can you leave?" And I go, "Can you keep that fucking flag in your pocket on this next drive?" Oh, man.
We have reached an accord.
So yeah, we finished him off, and he got paid and got to go home early. So it was good. That was fun. Not for the other team. I mean, they took a hellacious beating that day too. But
my kids have got progressively better from that first season. A couple of games like they tried, like I said, don't guard outside the 3, and then they also did where they covered up the scoreboard. They kept keeping score. They just had a clipboard in front of the scoreboard so the kids wouldn't see the score. I'd
have gone and taken the clipboard off and thrown it in the trash. Don't you ever
last season we were on the other side of that. We were the team with we lost a couple games, but in a couple of the games we were the team that was smoking, and where they put the clipboard in front of the scoreboard and where they were telling us. So it's shown a lot of improvement. And I haven't had all the same players because some have gone out of the age group. New kids have come in, but I've had a few of the players that were still the same, and it's cool to see them. They're my son's friends that are on the team. That they're all stoked. When I get home from work, "Hey, can you come to the playground and practice with us? So we can get ready for next week." And I said, "Sure, guys. I only work 10 hours, but yeah, okay, let's let's get out there. Let me go shoot hoops for another hour."
Yeah, no, it's one of. I mean, I don't mind. Like I said, I don't mind. I don't like losing. I hate to say I don't mind losing. I don't like losing, but it's part of the game. You willingly accept that fact whenever you roll into that game. There's a chance you're going to lose, so you might as well go out and win the game, or at least answer try. But the only thing I never liked is when kids gave up. Oh man, it really bothered me.
That's the worst.
Hey, you're down by just a little bit. Just come on, keep it going. Don't stop. And so there's like different levels of coaching, right? You can have those win at all cost coach, and I try not to be that guy. I mean, I was him for a while. I used to be that way, like I win at all costs. But then, you got to think about it. The older they get, the less exposure they're going to have to football. Eventually, football's going to dry up for them at some level, whether it be youth football, middle school football, high school football, college football, whatever it is. At some point, it's going to dry up for them, just because they don't fit the mold or whatever. So, but you also don't want to be that guy that plays everybody evenly and equally, because that sucks. Nobody wants to be on that team. As a parent, like my son was on a baseball team where they're like everybody played the same amount, and they all look. My son's like the worst kid on the team. Stop playing him. He doesn't need to be at first base. Stop throwing him the ball, because he's not going to catch it. and then he's really going to not want to play baseball again. So stop doing it. Put him in right field. Nobody ever hits the ball to right field. Put him over there. When he gets to chasing butterflies, then we'll talk about moving him somewhere else. But you don't want to be a win-at-all cost coach, but you also don't want to be that like everybody gets a ribbon, everybody gets to play equal amount coach. You got to learn, like kids that put in the effort should be rewarded on the field, right? Shocker, right? You have the kid that doesn't want to practice, and if he doesn't want to practice because he didn't like playing the sport, he's just there because his parents are making him. You're not going to put him out there because he's not going to try hard. He's going to leave somebody out to dry. You'll have a kid get blown up, or you'll get one of those like lookout blocks where like he lets the defender by him. He's like, "Look out!" As he smashes into the ball carrier. Like, great.
If a kid, I try to do equal playing time because if I was coaching high school or just like at any school level where you have to try out and make a team, oh man, then best player plays. If you're horrible, I'm sorry, you're not going to play. But when every kid pays to play, I'm going to try to get them all playing time. But if I got that kid that doesn't want to be there, his dad wants him to be there, I'll put him in the game, and first time he looks at me like I don't want to be in there. I say, all right, come on, you want to get out? He's like, yeah, I want to come out. I'll take him out. I have no problem doing that. But all the kids that want to play, no, they don't all. There are a couple of kids that get maybe 1-2 minute break throughout the game, because I need them in. But amongst the players that aren't like the best, I guess, I try to keep their all playing time the same.
So my whole deal is if you're not at practice and you don't participate in practice, it's really hard to put you in the game. And I don't give a shit how great they are. I mean, they can be the best player on the team. If they can only make it to half the practices, then they're not going to play in half the game. I'm not going to go and run them out every play, and I'm not going to bring up fair because fair is where old men wear funny hats and judge farm animals. But the kids that go out there and earn it every day are the ones that are going to play. And when I've kind of figured that out as a coach is when we really started to turn things around as a team, and it kind of popped too. And I tell kids, like, if you're going to play 7th grade football and play for us, you're going to have to be here, all the way up to middle school starts, and then you're gonna have to be at one practice a week, and you're only going to play half the game, whether it be on offense or defense. It just depends on where you're at. And then you may get to play some extra if we start beating the other team, and they'll be like, okay, because the whole deal is continuity. When you're on the team, everybody's got to do their job. If they're practicing in that position during the week, that's where they're going to play. Because if not, then they're not gonna want to play, and that's where you get that dissension, like I was talking about with Lindsay, where the kids just kind of give up because they know that it's never going to go in their favor. You're not being fair. What you're being is, like, this is how the team worked. Like, we had this working in practice. This group of guys is who I want. So that's how it was.
I wish I was better at teaching kids because I understand basketball and know how to play, but I don't teach well. I'm not a very good teacher, I don't think.
Well, so Jude, I think a lot of times what happens with coaches is they try to teach too much, and you just gotta just work on one thing over and over and over and over again until you get good at it. And like with football, I call it the building blocks of football. You have blocking, tackling, and conditioning, and we're gonna do those every day at every practice until we get so great that we only have to do it every other day of practice. But we're going to do it every day of practice. And, we got those foundations down because, we may not be the biggest team. We may not be the strongest team. We may not be the fastest team. But we're going to be the most fundamentally sound, and we're going to be the most conditioned team. And those are two things that we can control.
Yep.
So when you go in there, you have your fundamentals of football. And more times than not, you're not going to take a beating when you know your fundamentals of any sport. So instead of going and trying to teach them all these great plays, just work on the things that, will make your team better, like turnovers. Like, we're not going to turn the ball over, moving down the court. So if we can learn how to dribble better, we can learn how to pass, better. We can go and be the most conditioned team where we don't get tired. Our kids can just run the court like nobody else. Those are things that you can control, that you can win. Because we used to always try to come up with these plays like, oh, this is a touchdown, this is a touchdown. That shit never works because the kids either A, get nervous, or B, there's too much going on, or they make a mistake. And so, You have the building blocks of football. You can work your way up from there. You get good at doing one thing, you move on to the next, and then you move on to the next, and then you move on to the next. And so the parents are like, why don't we run this offense? Because your kids can't run it. You know, like we don't have a kid that can throw the ball more than 10 yards. So we're running team. There's nothing wrong with that. We're really good at running. We can run, we can block, and we can tackle. We're really good at all three of those. So we're going to do them.
You know, that makes sense, man. Practice stuff that we can control.
Yeah. I mean, the stuff you can control, because you can't control what happens in the game with the officials. You don't know how the other team's preparing, but you know that when you go out there, like, your guys are the most conditioned, and they make the least amount of mistakes, that's going to take you a long way.
All right, guys, we're hitting the 4-hour mark. I think we should call it.
Lindsay doesn't like sports.
I'm fine with the sports. It's just
He's an integral cog in a college football podcast.
Yeah, we're gonna. Hey, you know what? And I will see both of you guys in about 18 hours.
Yeah, as a matter, that's true.
Pretty much.
Oh man!
All right, let's go around the horn with our sayonaras. Jude, go.
Hey, good night, everyone. Please check all three of us out again, along with Commander Valen, and Christian, as we talk college sports tomorrow on White Right CFB, 7:30 p.m. Central. Can't spell SEC without SC. Fight on.
Just remember, check us out on Wide Right CFB tomorrow night, 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. You'll get to see all three of us. And remember, roses are red, the Pacific's blue. U.S. Streak ended it too.
Thanks everyone for joining us tonight. A special thanks to Mark from Mid Atlantic Tools, Cass from Speed Wrench, and Jude from Power Stroke. Jude, is great having everyone on, sharing all our tool knowledge and stories. And after that was done, we had a great segue into other things, including sports and fun stuff. So thank you all for joining in the chat and leaving your comments, getting involved. Love your questions. Love it when you can leave your anecdotes and tell us what your experiences are too. We will do this again, hopefully in the nearer future, and have less time between the live sessions that we've done. But they're pretty popular, and I think that they've panned out pretty nicely. So we'll do this more in the future. In the meantime, keep watching the regular channel for all the Sunday morning videos that post, and look at the tool haul videos that I put out. Also, some longer form videos that dive into specific subjects about some of my competitors' flyers, about the tool industry in general. And I've got some really cool stuff coming up regarding a Snap-on Gold Medal Limited Edition toolbox, including a fundraiser that we're going to be holding to give to the family of the gentleman who owned the box, who passed away. So stay tuned for more information on that. Thank you all very much. And remember, use a tool. Don't be one.